At the box office, the number one take was The Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
Second week.
Made $28.8 million and beat out Napoleon, which came in second at only $20.4 million. Followed by Wish, Trolls Band Together, Thanksgiving. The Marvels was sixth. Then you had The Holdovers, Saltburn, Next Goal Wins, and number 10 was the Taylor Swift Eras Tour. So movies, kind of
Yeah, for this holiday season.
But you know what? The stars celebrated Thanksgiving.
Oh.
You know what they did?
I love to think of them celebrating Thanksgiving.
They're just like us.
Yeah, they so much like us.
So a bunch of the stars posted
Let me ask you, did a lot of them gather for meals with their families?
Families,
Yeah.
mainly is what happened. Yeah, and on Saturday, Kaylee Cuoco shared a photo to Instagram of herself and Tom Pelfrey with their 7-month-old baby Matilda in front and in front of a decorated Christmas tree. They wrote, "Grateful is an understatement. We are so thankful for our amazing, loving families in this little bundle of heaven. Tildy's first Thanksgiving was perfect."
Little Tildy. I like how she went topless with that photo.
It was nice of her to do that. Dwayne The Rock Johnson posted a video on Friday on Instagram featuring himself singing Billy Joel's "Just the Way You Are" alongside his wife Lauren and musician Eric Zane, who played the piano. And he wrote, "A little Thanksgiving tickling of the ivories with the two beautiful voices and talents, and me just making up lyrics to an all-time classic."
Was Eric there with his brother Zubba?
No, Zubba Zane was not there. But hopefully next year he'll be invited to
They're
the party.
estranged.
Zubba.
There's some estrangement in the Zane family.
Zane.
Yeah.
Both Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith shared black and white snapshots of their family to Instagram. A perfect Thanksgiving day.
Get my wife's turkey out your mouth.
The actor wrote, "I hope yours was as well." One photo showing Will kissing Jada on the forehead. Wouldn't that be great? A picture of him smacking someone in the back of their head as they're eating.
Right.
Saying, "Get my wife's turkey out your mouth."
That would work quite nicely.
That'd be perfect.
That's a nice family shot.
And then finally, Scout Willis, daughter of Bruce Willis and Demi Moore, shared a video to her Instagram stories on Thanksgiving showing her father reaching out to grab her hand. So I didn't see that, but just read about that, and that must be a very touching, nice post to make. Tiffany Haddish was arrested for driving under the influence on Friday morning in Beverly Hills. The actor reportedly fell asleep behind the wheel on Beverly Drive. Deadline reports that her car was stopped, but the engine was still running. And this comes after she was arrested in Atlanta last year on similar charges. She later addressed her arrest at the Laugh Factory in Long Beach, California. An audience member asked her what happened last night, and she said, "Oh, damn, you tell me, I don't know." And then she told a joke similar to the one that she's told on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon last year. She said, "I prayed to God to send me a man with a job, preferably in a uniform, and he answered my prayers because God believes in me."
A friend of a friend one time fell asleep, had been drinking at an intersection.
Oh.
It was about like 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, and the cops came over and
Busted
you know,
or
busted him.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it definitely happens. There was one night, Rochelle and I, when we lived in our first apartment together, we came back from, I forgot where we were, but anyhow, and there was a guy who was one of our neighbors, and he was sitting in his car, and the car was running, and he was out cold. And man, when I tell you, we tried everything we could to wake that guy up, and he wasn't dead.
Yeah.
He would not wake up. And we turned off the car, we took the keys out, and we just let him stay.
He was just so tie-tie.
He was way
completely
too tie-tie.
I mean, but stop and think about it. So that level of inebriation with tiredness, well, at least they're not moving, but that could have easily ended.
Oh, yes.
In a horrible situation.
Yeah, the dude barely made it back, and you when you're that gone, you don't remember driving home. You know, it's insane.
Police can take you in simply for a tie-tie.
Really?
Yeah,
for a tie-tie. Sorry, you got to come with me, sir. You're too tie-tie.
Yep.
Too tie-tie? Hush, hush.
Paris Hilton revealed on Instagram Friday that she and her husband Carter Riem are officially parents to a baby girl named London.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They just had one, right?
Yeah, the little boy.
And this was, I think, surrogate?
Yeah. I think both of them were.
Yeah.
Well, at least I think the first one was.
Yeah, so London was welcomed to the world via surrogate, and Hilton wrote, "Thankful for my baby girl. She wrote this alongside pink baby clothes and a crochet bunny as well.
So there's Paris and London.
You're right.
How about that?
How about it?
Taking care of all of Europe.
Yeah.
Waiting for Barcelona.
People reports that Janet Lee Holden and Eric McCormack are going their separate ways after 26 years of marriage.
This news tears at the fiber of our show because
yes.
we are deeply invested in Eric McCormack and his marriage.
Holden cited irreconcilable differences in her divorce filings. The pair.
I hate you!
Yeah, that's it. That's definitely. Isn't that what it comes down to?
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
So the pair first met on the set of Lonesome Dove in 1994 and were married in 97. They share a 21-year-old son named Finnegan Holden McCormack.
I do like that name. We're looking at a picture of them in our studio, and if you told me that this was a picture of Eric and his twin sister,
Dude,
I would believe you.
I was thinking the same thing. Their smile is
everything,
and a smile and eyes are pretty identical. You're right, Case.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look a lot alike.
Maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's what drove them apart.
Yeah, they wake up in the morning and see the other face and go, huh? I was looking at this.
Every morning for 26 years.
Bro?
So, yeah, they have hung it up after 26 years. Now, speaking of marriages breaking up, this is interesting. Brigitte Nielsen is leaving the past in the past. In a recent interview with People, the actor said that she has barely spoken to her ex-husband, Sylvester Stallone, since the pair went their separate ways in the 1980s.
You know, I used to call her, right?
No.
I used to call her my Tower of Power.
Her Tower of Power.
I used to refer to her as the Tower of Power.
Is that part of what maybe broke up the relationship?
Everything broke up our relationship.
Oh, she didn't
She didn't turn in a good enough performance in Cobra.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot she was in Cobra.
This is horrible.
So she said, my marriage to Sylvester Stallone was so long ago that I never think about him. Sometimes it feels like it never even happened. The pair were married from 1985 to 1987.
I'd love to stand in front of you and kiss your navel.
She said, she added with a laugh, I have no idea what that guy is up to. She said, you move on, You're so busy doing other things that it can be like, wait, what was his name again?
Do you know who hated her? Stallone's mother.
Oh, really?
Despised her.
Any idea what the angst was? Or
she just thought she was a money grubber.
Okay.
After his money.
Yeah.
I mean, I've grown to like Brigitte Nielsen just on the quirkiness level. But, at that time, she was pretty much, she'd done Red Sonja.
Yeah, I was wondering she was in Rocky, or which Rocky? 4.
In Cobra, and she's in 4.
She was in 4.
Right.
And then Cobra, I've completely forgotten. I know you went back and watched it not that long ago and said it was
just unbelievable.
Dude, I did too. He tries to joke. I'm like, what are you? Are you kind of like a
where are you folks from? Why do they call it a parkway when you're driving and a driveway when you're parking? Waka, waka, waka.
Yeah.
I liked her in Beverly Hills Cop 2.
That's right. She was in that.
She's kind of the bad girl in that. But beyond that, I don't know. Is she still acting even?
I have no idea. I remember her on
stuff.
I remember her on one of those Surreal Life.
Oh, yeah, with
Flavor
Flavor
shows.
Flav.
Yeah.
And they ended up hooking up, right?
They had a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she was in a thing called The Guardians of Justice.
In 2022.
Yeah, so I guess
6 episodes.
some roles here and there. Oh, she was in Creed 2.
Yeah, she came back for Drago's.
She played Mickey.
No, she didn't play Mickey.
No, but she's the mother of the boxer that
that's
he was
right.
fighting
It's
against.
true.
Yeah, Drago's wife, right?
Yeah.
Mommy.
Yeah, so.
That's your mommy?
But anyhow, she said that it seems like it didn't even happen between her and Stallone.
Yeah.
But if she was in Creed 2, she had zero connection to. I mean, I know Sly was not really involved in 2 or 3, but I don't know. Doesn't that seem like they would at least reconnect
in the hallway?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to get some donuts or something. How you doing? How you been? They got some bear claws back there.
Oh, he was in Creed. He was in Creed 2.
It got weird, didn't it?
Yeah, he was in Creed 2. He wasn't
You're right.
in Creed 3.
You're right.
I think she's lying.
Okay.
I was just going over there to look at the coats.
So she doesn't know. That's what she's saying anyway. All right. I was sad to see this. Marty Krofft, co-producer of iconic children's television shows, including H.R. Puffin Stuff and Land of the Lost, passed away on Saturday afternoon in California. He was 86 years old. He died of kidney failure in Los Angeles, surrounded by family and friends. He, along with his brother Sid Croft, are notorious for creating the hit children's television shows that spanned several generations in the 1970s.
So they were responsible for, if you were to turn on the TV on any Saturday morning, you'd see a ton of Sid and Marty Krofft stuff.
Absolutely.
And then they went on to produce, I think it was like Donnie and Marie, and they did the Brady Bunch Variety Hour.
They did both of those,
Yeah.
So the duo was already well known for their puppet shows when NBC asked them to produce a Saturday morning children's series, and that became H.R. Pufnstuf, which had established itself as a fan favorite character from their live gigs. As a kid, I loved H.R. Pufnstuf.
H.R. Pufnstuf, Lidsville.
Well, I have the whole list here.
Yeah.
So Sid and Marty Krofft Pictures became a household name in the 1970s, helping launch them into creating and producing family and kid shows for more than 50 years. Eventually, Marty Krofft would be referred to as the king of Saturday mornings. He and his brother are the brains behind the TV shows that include The Bugaloos, which, by the way, over the weekend on this retro account that I follow, they showed a clip of The Bugaloos. I had completely forgotten about that show. It's just basically these people with wings.
Can you sing the theme song?
No.
The Bugaloos, flying high and in the sky, flying high, flying low. And that's where I have to tap out.
Steve
But
can sing
I'm
it.
pretty good into it. And I used to have a crush on the female Bugaloo.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So The Bugaloos, Lidsville, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. That was another of my favorites. Pryor's Place.
Richard
Is that
Pryor.
Richard Pryor?
I can't imagine it was. What?
The Far Out Space Nuts. Well, Far Out Space Nuts had Bob Denver on that
Bob
show.
Denver and Chuck McCann.
Yeah, The Lost Saucer. I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
The Krofft Super Show, Wonderbug.
Oh, God. Krofft Super Show had a faux band, a rock band. Do you remember that? Krofft Super Show.
No.
Oh, my God, Preston. It was sort of like the glitter glam rock period.
Electra Woman and Dyna Girl. I definitely remember that. Dr. Shrinker. And then, Steve, I took a little trip on YouTube to watch some of Bigfoot and Wild Boy over the weekend.
Bigfoot and Wild Boy.
Oh, my God. It was so bad.
So bad.
So horribly bad.
Did you have a crush on ISIS?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Loved ISIS.
Oh, my God, yeah.
ISIS was gorgeous,
Yeah.
man. But the Bigfoot and Wild Boy thing was hilarious to watch. I mean, they had a guy in a Bigfoot costume, and he only spoke broken words.
Yeah.
Wild Boy, go get water, or something like that.
Yeah.
And Wild Boy was a kid that he raised as his own,
Right.
Who was missing.
Basically, he was more eloquent Nell.
Yeah.
Some of this was slightly before my time, but I remember Pryor's Place, and that was Richard Pryor.
All right.
On that show, yeah.
Oh, my God. I
was
completely forgot that one.
Well, Steve, it was sort of like an answer to Electric Company, or it was a kid show, and
right.
Richard Pryor was playing a more adult version of Richard Pryor.
Wow. So in the 80s, Krofft and his brothers created and produced a satirical series, DC Follies, and that featured a cast of life-size puppets depicting prominent figures, including Richard Nixon and Arnold Schwarzenegger. The show, which ran for 2 seasons from 87 to 89 during primetime, became a hit among politicians as well as the public. The Krofft brothers were awarded the Lifetime Career Award at the Saturn Awards in 2003, and then they received a whole bunch of awards, the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. They got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and so on.
God, I remember watching those shows, and then as you'd watch them, and then they'd wrap up, and you'd be like, man. The morning would be over, and you're halfway through Saturday, and you're just a little while till you're back to school.
But listen, if you want to, you should show, if you have kids and you want to show them that this was the type of entertainment that we watched, it's on YouTube. They will not believe that we used to watch stuff like that, probably.
What I loved about Pufnstuf, Preston, is that he had googly eyes.
Yeah.
And when he would move his head around, sometimes the eyes would lock in place, and it would look like he was having a stroke.
Yep, it was pretty low budget stuff, but I loved it. Loved it as a kid. Let's see. How about this? Bradley Cooper would be happy to reprise his role in the Hangover franchise. He was asked recently, "Are you done with the fun?" And they said the interviewer asked if another kind of comedic role came along, if it was 3 months of your life, not in Hangover 5, but something similar of spirit. He said, well, I would do Hangover 5. He said, I would do Hangover 4 first, but yeah. He said, I'd probably do Hangover 4 in an instant. He said, just because I love Todd Phillips, I love Zach Galifianakis, I love Ed Helms so much.
That'd be cool. Do you think you would consider doing it as Leonard Bernstein?
Maybe.
All right.
He said, I probably would. However, Cooper said that he doesn't think Todd's ever going to do that.
No.
But he said he'd be game for it.
Yeah, he was at the game last night, by the way.
Was he?
Yeah.
No
He's been
kidding.
at all of them, right?
He was on TV a lot last night. They kept showing Jeffrey Lurie's box, and it was Jeffrey Lurie, then Jeffrey's wife, and then Bradley Cooper.
Yeah, I think that rumor of him buying a house is true because he's been around a lot.
Yeah, somewhere in Bucks County, right?
New Hope, yeah.
Yeah.
Good to have our dear friend back in the area.
It's so nice.
Yeah, just,
He's probably just waiting to reach out just to,
Because he
Give it
knows
time.
once he lights the match, it's going to be nuclear, and that friendship is just going to rekindle. And
I was going to save the story for later on, but he carved the turkey at my house.
Oh my God! You didn't even tell us he was coming.
He just showed up.
Was he
what am I
wearing-
going to do? Say no?
was he wearing the prosthetic nose?
No,
man.
No, he's done with that. Yeah. So anyhow, yeah, he'd go back to comedy, given the opportunity.
He's good at comedy.
Deadline reports 2 contestants from the Netflix reality show Squid Game: The Challenge are threatening to take legal action after suffering injuries on set. The personal injury law firm Express Solicitors is representing 2 unnamed players who claim they suffered hypothermia and nerve damage while filming the show in the UK.
During the squid competition, my client suffered hypothermia and other nerve damage, and we will not stand for it. It's a travesty, and this is not emblematic of the way a squid would perform a game show.
Might be a little too literal there.
Express Solicitors.
I would like to speak directly to the squid.
So we have the squid on the phone.
Squid has many appendages. Look, take your suction cup off the speaker and let me talk. We're going to sue your little beak thing right out of you. We're going to take away all your ink.
You won't have a tentacle to stand on.
That's right.
So they said that the personal injury law firm Express Solicitors is representing the 2 unnamed players. The solicitor CEO Daniel Slade told the outlet contestants thought they would be taking part in something fun.
It was not fun.
And those injured did not expect
Put the squid on the phone right now.
to suffer as they
Don't
did.
give me none of that.
Now they've been left with injuries after spending time being stuck in painful stress positions in cold temperatures.
We put your subpoena inside a mason jar. It's your. You have to unscrew the lid to get to it.
I watched part of an episode. Rochelle had it on. It was actually pretty good.
The game show?
Yeah.
The original Squid Games was fun as well. Did they have so they're doing interesting things? Are they doing things that are?
What I found was interesting is the amount of people that they have in it and the narrowing down process, and it's like $4 some odd million that somebody's going to win. Like it's a massive prize. So these people are all in. But in that first red light, green light thing, I'm like, well, how are they going to do this? They had squibs on them.
Yeah.
So if you're detected motion, they set it off.
No kidding.
And like you got shot. So a squib is a small explosive device, like an ink dye thing, and they had it on their chest. And if you moved and boom, it would explode. I'm like, okay, it's a pretty cool way of playing off of that, So I might check out a little bit more of that. We'll have to see. So Twilight director Catherine Hardwicke shared her thoughts about a potential reboot of the hit film series on the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast recently when asked if Jenna Ortega and Jacob Elordi could play the leads. She replied, "Oh, that would be perfect." Speaking of Jacob, she said, "I mean, he's amazing. He would play Edward today."
Are we talking about rebooting those movies? It's ridiculous.
She was asked about it. And she said, I do think that there's a lot of really cool young actors today. Of course, you just mentioned Jenna Ortega. She's amazing. So, they're not talking about actually
shut up, woman.
doing it, but they were talking about the scenario if it arose.
I watched
could be good in that.
The last one in the series where they basically have Preston. You think you're watching a 20-minute battle that turns out to be just a thought in someone's mind. Like
what a waste.
Like you have spent about 20 minutes watching a battle where characters you're supposed to ostensibly care about are being murdered and dismembered. But it was just like, oh, this might happen.
Oh, really?
And then it happens completely the other way.
God,
what a goddamn waste.
I didn't see any of that stuff. So Natalie Portman would not encourage young people to become child actors. The Black Swan star, who's now 42, launched her career at the age of 12 when she starred in the action film The Professional in 1994. And she admits that it's only down to luck and having overprotective parents that she wasn't harmed.
Do we have a clip of her?
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Yeah, that's a great performance. She won the Oscar for that.
She said, I would not encourage young people to go into this. I don't mean ever, but she said, I mean as children. She said, I feel it was almost an accident of luck that I was not harmed, also combined with very overprotective, wonderful parents.
You remember that in The Professional, that was sort of a scandal, or at least controversial, that she was being sort of
sexified a little bit. Yeah. That her character acted, in a overtly, kind of sexy in a couple of scenes. So she said she is hopeful that the industry is looking after young performers better these days. Though she said, I've heard too many bad stories to think that any children should be a part of it. Having said that, I know the conversations that we've been having these past few years, it's made people more aware and careful, she said. But ultimately, I don't believe that kids should work. I think kids should play and go to school. She has a son, Aleph, who is 12, and daughter, Amalia, who is 6, with her husband, Benjamin. So
now they're still together, though they were supposedly had an affair.
Right.
And they were supposedly estranged, but I guess they're back together.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the official status is of those two, but you're right.
In all these years, Preston, I've learned that celebrities are just like us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
like us.
One last story before we move on to the clips. Paul Rudd discussed the, quote, horrible diet he was on in preparation for filming his Ant-Man movies. He said that the diet was so restrictive that his reward was sparkling water. Yeah.
It's no way to live.
He said that's how horrible that diet was. I was like, oh, all right, I'm going to have some sparkling water now. I earned it. Train, work out. So I was having a lot of sparkling water. Comparing himself to his co-stars, he said that I think I worked out harder than everyone. He said I would eat better than everyone, and I'd look worse than all of them. I had to work out all the time, eat perfectly, just to kind of look bad. So
he looked great. He did look great. And somebody was pointing out that in the last Thor: Love and Thunder, that Hemsworth just chiseled himself into a god. It looked amazing.
Yeah.
And they gave Natalie Portman CGI muscles. You like it?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
All right, I guess mystery.
I got
okay.
There we go.
Thank you. I get handed these clips at the last second every day.
Well,
That's the way
you
this
are
works.
a major journalist. This is how it works.
Yeah, so just to give you a peek behind the curtain. The Dirty South is about a small town big shot that goes after the deed to a woman's family bar and the heartbroken bartender that takes extreme measures to keep it. Here, director Matthew Yerby talks about drawing on inspiration from music from Dion DiMucci and the Belmonts.
I just started listening to him one day, and I was like, this girl is breaking everybody's hearts. Like, why does she break everybody's heart? And I said, okay, why does normally, why do women break hearts? It's because they don't have any time. So the man that roams from town to town with 2 fists of iron, and he's always got girls all over him, I wonder, why is he on the run? I just started creating characters, and they just started talking.
Shut the f*** up!
So he got that out of The Wanderer. So The Dirty South is available on digital and on-demand platforms. Here's the next clip. It's Hallmark holiday movie season, and Next Stop Christmas follows a woman who wonders what life would be like if she had married an ex who became famous.
Ooh.
When she finds herself magically transported into the past, she has the chance to relive that Christmas and learn what is truly important. In this clip, actor Leah Thompson talks about feeling glamorous in this movie.
I get to wear the most fantastic dress. It's a vintage Halston. Oh my goodness. I never felt so glamorous in my whole life. And I've had a very interesting life.
I want to see you naked.
Next Stop Christmas is now out on Prime.
I was going through a lot of Christmas movies over the weekend. Ton of them. They had the sequel to my Lacey Chabert movie that I thought was really good the first time around.
Yeah.
I got to say the sequel did not live up to the first one.
Oh, no.
No. You know what killed it? I'll tell you what. I think your father-in-law would probably agree with me on this. One of the big parts of all those is always the relationship that's going along.
Okay.
In this one, the two mains are already together, and there's less of that byplay.
Okay.
So a big cornerstone of the holidays movies is extracted. So I thought it was lacking in that.
Yeah, the biggest part of it is these two need to be together. Can't they see that?
They're already together.
Yeah.
Kind of suck the Yuletide out of it.
Interesting. So they had gotten together after the first movie, and this was the follow-up to what happened afterwards.
So it ends with a proposal, but a proposal is like an inevitability. They get along, that's fine. Will they or won't they is a bigger question.
Is that kind of an allegory for life?
It is.
That it's nice until you're actually together, and then it's kind of
miserable
mundane.
and
then it's just
deflating.
horrible.
Yeah. Most of these are analogous to the Boer War. It's my understanding.
Boer War.
That's where they're drawing.
Well, we need to. We got to go deep on that.
This one was actually a remake loosely of the movie Breaker Morant. So which is similar. So
I don't even know what language you're speaking, so I'll just pretend like I know what you're talking about. All right, well, welcome to Monday, friend. We have a lot going on today. Guest-wise, Eddie Alvarez is going to be stopping by today. We also have a new Word of the Week prize. We'll tell you about that in just a little bit. Hang out for a bit because we do have several things to give away, and we will return shortly.
You just own a pool company. You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies
from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen... Oh, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning.
No, what's this? Into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
No, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be. Might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
The gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Pat's Chili Dogs. Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
We're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine and see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs.
That building is now a
We buy gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. Job not going well. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Next step, selling blood.
So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dog.
Right. That's. Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone! Great food! Answer the goddamn phone! Open all night!
We've been mentioning all morning long, tickets for the MMBarbecue go on sale right now. It is exactly 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets. The lawn seats start at just $25, and we want you to get on board because we want you to be there for all of the bands and all the activities that are taking place. We're going to have Aaron Jones, who we just played, Dorothy, Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth, he will be there. Dirty Honey, Cheap Trick, The Offspring, and the band that this gentleman is in, who is joining us right now. We're so excited to have Jane's Addiction on the bill.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen them before. I saw them at the Spectrum ages ago.
Amazing, right?
Blew me out of the water. One of my favorite shows in that building of all time. Please welcome Mr. Dave Navarro. Our show today. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. That's a very nice welcome.
It's our pleasure, man. Like I said, yeah, I've seen you guys before. I know the kind of energetic show that you bring, and that you guys get the audience in on the party. You make it happen, and it's been a while since we've partied, Dave. So big expectations.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, big expectations for me too. I got to tell you, the other night, LA is starting to open up and have indoor eating and dining and things like that. And I went to a restaurant the other night, and it was overwhelming. Just people and noise and things going on and plates being dropped. And then I thought forward to our show coming up in September. I was like, man, I'm not even prepared to be in a restaurant.
What baby steps?
But
you know what I mean? Like, what is it going to be like walking out onto like a festival audience with you guys? But I'm excited to do it, man. It's been a long time. So
the way
we're pretty psyched.
The way it's progressing is that the show is it's at the end of September. So again, everyone's sort of feeling their way. It's like the cobwebs are lifting and the doors are opening and everyone's looking above ground. And by that time, I think we're going to be in a nice swing of things. But I can't think of a better scenario, especially since it'll be a little bit cooler in September.
Yeah.
And the roster's great. And Preston's seen you guys a number of times, and I've always wanted to see Jane's Addiction, and people are freaking out.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also super excited to see Wolfgang.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been talking quite a bit about that, David. I want to get your take on this because the music that we've heard so far, very impressive. He had a lot to live up to, and that's another thing. And I'm hoping for the best because not only is he a young musician trying to make his way, but I need somebody to carry on that Eddie
legacy.
Legacy.
The mantle?
Thank you. Yeah. And that's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him, I assume. I'm sure he's gladly going to take this on, but it's got to be a weird position to be in.
Yeah, I would imagine the best thing for him is to acknowledge that and be aware of it, but to just do his own thing, man.
Yeah.
He's his own human being, and like he's got his direction musically. And from what I've seen, it is very different than Van Halen. It's a little bit more, more modern rock, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's fantastic, and I want to see him. I want to check out the band, and I'm going to do everything in my power to not tell him how much your dad meant to me.
It's hard though, right?
It's going to be impossible, but you know how hard that's going to be to not do. But I hope the best for him, and I typically don't get to when we do these festival shows. I typically don't get to them early, but I'm definitely going to come down and check out Wolfie, and I'll probably check out Cheap Trick too, because Xander's a friend and I played with him a bunch of times. And a weird side note for me is that I think the first concert I ever went to was Cheap Trick opening up for Kiss.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so to be on the same bill with them as Cheap Trick and as Jane's Addiction is a pretty big deal for me. Just in terms of like, you know, having a little personal clash with my own history, I suppose.
Well, Dave, I have to tell you, I had my upper thigh felt at a backyard barbecue to a Cheap Trick song in the 70s. So, yes.
I don't know that we can top that experience for you.
I mean, that was good.
Hey, Dave,
at least you had that.
I wanted to ask, you know, with the length of time it's been since musicians have had a chance to do live shows. I mean, you can pick up the guitar and you can play it and you can keep your chops going, you know, just doing a little rehearsing here and there and writing and whatever you may be doing. But is there a difference between being, you know, keeping the instrument fresh and being on stage? Or do you have to get your stage legs together, essentially, is what I'm asking?
I mean, I don't know. We've been doing it for so long. And, you know, believe it or not, Jane's Addiction has historically taken years off, years of hiatuses. And so, yeah, we're just coming out of COVID. And yeah, it's been a while since we've been on stage. But we are, ironically, very used to getting back together after years of not doing it. So hopefully we are experienced in trying to make it look seamless once we get back on the stage. But usually when the first downbeat happens and Perry gets into his trip, it's pretty easy to get lost in that environment and just kind of go back to second nature. Yeah. You know, fortunately, a lot of these songs have been with us for 30 years, you know, so it should be pretty seamless.
Well, you know, I'm sorry to interrupt. Dave Grohl has this special coming out about the van life, that evolutionary period of a band. Was that you guys? Was that Jane's? Were you guys doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We our first tour was in a van with the entire band and the one crew member that we had and all of our gear in a U-Haul behind us, and like literally taking turns driving and just freezing and sick and hating each other and in close quarters. And when you do get to a motel, you all share a room. Like it was, you know, the early days were rough stuff.
Well, I was surprised to find out when Dave is mentioning when Nevermind came out, this album is out. It's starting to hit. They're still in a van traveling to shows. It is, you know, this is a groundbreaking record. This is huge. This is rock and roll history right here. And they're still driving around a van. When Nothing's Shocking, were you guys still doing the van thing when that came out?
I know that we had a couple of tiers. So we went from a van to what we thought was a great idea, which was a Winnebago.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite a bus. It was a Winnebago. It was literally like a mobile home. And we broke out a window. One of the side windows got shattered somehow. So we were literally touring around the East Coast in the dead of winter.
Oh, no.
With just freezing cold 75-mile-an-hour wind just wafting through the Winnebago.
Did you try to tape up like a trash bag or something?
Well, you try. Yeah, you try everything. And then finally at some point you're like, fuck it, we'll deal with it. And we just... we just sat there and like dealt with it. But I think that, you know, I think there's something to be said about those old days that like we really, I don't know that we would be the same band without them. You know, we really had to. I mean,
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. There's an article that came out. Harry and Meghan, the royal couple. Their biographer has written a book, and his name, by the way, is Omid Scobie.
Yes.
And he makes some claims in his new book. Some of it goes all over the place, but part of it has to do with King Charles being a pampered royal, as you can imagine.
And some of this had floated out before, so it seems like it's fairly believable.
That apparently he has his shoelaces ironed for him.
No, stop it.
His
what?
shoelaces are ironed for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I had a friend whose mother used to iron his underwear.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Iron the underwear.
And so much so that when he got older, he started ironing his underwear. I dated him for a little while, and I remember I was like, "What? Are you serious?" And he was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I iron my underwear."
He was too much for you.
I was like, you're
that
ironing
says
your
a
underwear?
lot. That would to me would have been the man of your dreams who irons his underwear. But that was too much.
And also in the book, he apparently His Majesty insists on traveling with luxurious, perfectly steamed 1,000 thread count bed linen.
Oh, so he takes his linen with him.
He takes linen with him, and it has to be steamed.
Mm-hmm. And he also likes to have someone squeeze 1 inch of toothpaste onto his toothbrush.
Oh, come on.
for him
So, yeah.
Brush
as
your
part
own
of his
teeth.
bedtime routine.
This had come up before, so that the actual toothbrush apparently will be waiting for him by
With
the sink, sitting up, the brush up, with 1 inch of toothpaste.
That's a lot. That's extreme.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, this is how he's lived his entire
His
life.
entire life.
That's what
He
it's
has
right.
no idea
Yeah.
how else to live.
Right.
He's probably, God, you believe that I have to go into the bath? Someone won't come here and brush my teeth for me?
Now, conversely, you have somebody like Dolly Parton, right, who is richer than most people in this world. Who I just watched her in an interview. She's like, I grew up as poor as you could possibly, live, and so.
And now someone puts toothpaste on my toothbrush.
And waxes my nipples.
Yeah, but like she can afford that now. I don't even know. I don't know if she would live like that. But she's known both sides of it. Is what I'm trying to say. He has known no
He's the
other
only
side
one.
of it.
Yes, and I get that. I think at a certain point, I don't know. Listen, that is his life. I haven't hung out with the dude. I don't know what the story is. To the commoners, such as we folk, it seems. You ever see the movie Remains of the Day?
No.
Okay, so it is. Anthony Hopkins is this butler, and he is taking care of this aristocrat in England, and this aristocrat actually they iron the newspaper so that the pages fold over more correctly as he's reading the newspaper. So there's every little possible thing you can do to pamper this guy is happening.
Yeah, and I would imagine that someone who's in that position would want to do that type of job to show that they can give you the most pampered lifestyle you could ever possibly imagine.
So on that level where he contextually that's all he's known, I was thinking, and I of our own little pampering things, that we do, and I was trying to think of something that I do that is not on this level, Preston, but it's something that occurs to me.
Claire doesn't iron your
Doesn't iron?
shoelaces?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No. What? I don't know if this constitutes pampering, but we have bags of potato chips, and when,
Oh, boy, where are we going with this?
when the bag, when it is too much of the broken smaller chips.
Yes.
You put it in a
not the-
Ziploc?
I will open up another bag.
Oh.
And I will, because I like full intact chips.
Oh yeah.
Am I crazy?
No,
So you open up another bag and what?
And I pour the new chips on top of the old chip.
But you're
crumbles.
never going to eat those crumbles.
I'm never going to. I am hoping Claire eats those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
You're saving it for Claire.
that sounds more frugal than anything. That sounds the other way
It
around.
could be wasteful.
It's an extra step that you're taking, but I see that as more frugal.
I could just as easily though finish off that bag and then
You
start a
could.
new bag.
Yeah.
Why am I opening up another bag when
Yeah,
that
like
one
you
bag?
don't want the.
That
You're
to
hoping
me,
somebody else will eat
That
the
is like
crumbs.
having my shoelaces ironed.
Here, honey, here's some chips for you.
Yeah. Here's some chip shards.
I don't know if this is it either, but you will never see me without nail polish on my nails. Ever.
Okay.
Like that is something, and the price of getting your nails done is ridiculous now, and I continue to pay the price. And if I don't have nail polish on my nails, I'm going that day. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
The nail polish has,
Your nails
has
always look good.
flaked off, and I've got an appointment that day.
Do you feel naked without nail polish?
Yeah, and you know what's really weird is I actually, if I take the nail polish off, my nails actually feel like a little, almost like a little sore.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. Listen,
Your
I
nails
have.
feel sore.
Yeah, like it almost needs that layer
needs-
over it, I guess. I've just been so used to, like, they might even be, people say that they get, like, they'll start to, like, peel and get, like, frail. I actually have pretty strong nails, guys.
Oh my God! Like world record.
So perfect teeth, perfect vagina, the nails are to die for.
No, but like people will say if you get your nails done a lot and then you take it off, your nails can't handle, like they'll break. Mine don't actually break. I could go without it if I wanted to, but I just, like it just feels naked.
Do you consider that self-pampering?
I mean, it has to
It
be.
has to be, right?
All I'm doing is getting my nails, having
Yeah.
someone else paint my nails. I could paint my own, but I'm not going to.
No, I'm not a commoner.
Now I know that Nick. I'll speak for you if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
I would put in that category the washing of the feet
Yeah, that's just a summertime thing.
as pampering. That's only summertime.
It's seasonal.
Yeah, what's when?
But he's not having his feet washed.
Okay.
He's washing his own.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you could, would you have your feet washed?
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Well, I
I've
mean,
said
when you
this
get
before, but like if I were to ever win the Powerball, I would hire a trainer, like a nutritionist / chef, and probably a foot washer.
A foot washer. Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Mike, my foot washer.
Yeah, Preston. Just real quick, going back to the king here. Did you say that he puts an inch of toothpaste on his toothbrush?
That's what this, according to this author,
I can't get
he
past that.
squeezes.
That's way too much toothpaste.
An inch long,
Yeah,
That's way too much.
not an inch high.
Yeah, that's
An inch
that's
long?
A lot.
Yeah.
That just stuck in my brain.
You
and
don't really need that much.
No,
Yeah,
it's
way
half,
too much.
A half of a brush.
yeah they say
Max.
that the size of a pea.
Well, he's
is
got
enough.
big inbred choppers.
That's
I
true.
see.
That's
true.
bad. That's bad.
I guess the most pampered thing, and I don't do it that often, would be to get a massage, maybe.
Yeah.
But I was doing it for a while, like a handful of times a year. But I haven't had a massage in years.
I mean,
Is there
honestly,
something-
per your recommendation, I bought a membership at Hand and Stone, and
Yeah.
like I go once a month, once
need to
every
do
6
that.
weeks. It's so worth it, and to me, yeah, that's totally pampering. The thing that I do, and I've talked about this on the air before, that I pamper myself is I go to that men's salon. I go to Shaving Grace, and
Right.
I didn't get a haircut for like 3.5 years. But now I've been going back, and it's like hot towel treatment, straight razor.
Hey,
You
what's
know.
wrong with heating up the razor?
Yeah.
I have a little one, Preston, and it's actually you and I. Casey treats us to a cup of Dunkin' every morning.
Oh, this is true.
Yeah.
He brings
You don't
us our
demand
coffee. He brings us our coffee.
Yeah.
No.
That's true.
Is there something, though, the Marissa, that you do that you know is that you a little embarrassed that you do just to, that you don't have? Like for me, go ahead.
I mean, a pedicure. I'm more a pedicure than a manicure. But like, I mean, somebody's washing my feet and like manicuring my toes daily. Not daily.
Daily.
Not daily.
Every
Not daily.
single day?
I'm like
That's
twice
a lot of
month.
money.
Jeeves, my tootsies.
Twice a month. And as Kathy said, like manicures and pedicures are getting expensive.
It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous.
It's getting,
How much does it
it's
cost?
getting
I have no
pretty bad.
idea.
I don't even want to tell you what
$35.
No.
For a pedicure?
Maybe pedicure. Yeah. I don't want to tell you what I paid for my nails because it's ridiculous.
It's embarrassing. Okay.
You do.
That's what we're looking for.
You do nail art too, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's
Sometimes I'll do
What's
nail
nails
art.
Yeah.
I have my holiday present nails.
Their holiday Preston, their little ribbons and everything on the nails.
I guess now if we're talking about pampering ourselves, and I have to moisturize my hands in the morning.
You remember we were near crisis situation at the camp out.
It almost didn't work out, but and Kathy, I don't know if you heard me giggle while I was sitting at the desk this morning.
Yeah, I did.
I went to hit, so I have CeraVe is the type of lotion that I have. And it's one of those, the top where you push down on the top and it squirts out, right?
Yeah.
I got this.
Yeah, there you go. Nick's got some moisturizer over there.
got the big
but
one.
anyhow, you hit it, and sometimes, so we were gone for 4 days. And that little bit that stays on the tip,
Right?
and if you push down, and I shot it all over my desk. And I was going to say something really gross to you, Kathy. That's what I was laughing at. I thought that
regular Saturday night thing,
I blew a load on the desk.
I watched that over the weekend, by the way.
You watched Roadhouse?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I tried to get my son to watch it. He's like, dude, it's made in the 80s. I don't like it. I'm like, okay, I get it. I understand. Sorry, I know we're
Just
not
a little
talking
dated?
about this. Yeah, it's the reason why I don't watch black and white movies.
Like father, like son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was trying to think of some type of full-on pampering thing, and I think I need to do more pampering.
Do you think so?
I don't think I pamper enough.
I tend to think, like, for me, I think one of the most laughable things I do is I walk into my bedroom and my lamp that I would normally turn on is 3 feet from the door, and I'll go, Alexa, first plug on. Every time.
Yeah.
And then when if it loses connection, the plug, what the hell am I going to do? Oh, tug on the chain that turns the light on.
Right.
Yeah.
Alexa does take care of all of us. Going back to the pampering, I do like massages, and I go to a place, regularly every couple months or whatever. But something that I'm doing this week, and it's the second time, and I'm toying with booking it a little more often, but
does it involve bleach?
No, listen.
Oh my God!
It's an assisted stretching session. So
I get that, man.
I've done that.
And listen, ever since when I worked at the Sixers years ago, when they'd stretch the guys on the court. They would lay down, they'd stretch their legs, you know, whatever. And I'm like, that must be really nice. Like that, they're getting a good stretch there. And well, now they have it. They've got places where you go and they will stretch you.
You think nails are expensive? That thing's expensive.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a massage.
I did it once, and I was like, this is great, but I can do this on my
But
own.
I'll tell you what, I felt better leaving that than I did after the massage.
You know what I'd do? I'd open a place called Stretch Marks.
Stretch Marks.
If your name is Mark.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Stretch Marks.
I'm here to stretch you. Welcome to Stretch Marks. I love that.
You
idea.
need more than one mark. You need 2 marks.
Yeah. You can only hire Marks.
Yeah, 2 marks.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another thing. Here's what I have. This is and this I do indulge in regularly. We've had it for over a decade, but we have a hot tub. And I like to get in for a soak.
Okay,
yeah,
so go ahead.
I mean, that's how I feel about my swim spa. I like to get in there.
You don't have it yet, but you lay down in the dirt where it would
I
be.
was just like, wait, you have a swim spa?
It's coming.
No.
Okay.
He has it like roped off, and he'll jump in and he'll go around in the dirt like
Right,
he's
okay. Okay, got you.
he's practicing for when the swim spa comes.
That's what you need to do. You need to rope off a little area where it will be, and you just go over there and pretend.
See, I think in your example, tons of people have like hot tubs or little spa things or whatever. Preston,
that's definitely pampering, though.
Is there anything you do above that to ensure your pamperingness? Like
you have somebody carry you to the hot tub so your tootsies don't touch the cold.
No, but I will put on music. I will grab a cigar and maybe a beer and sit
will you
there
have Rochelle piggyback you out to the thing?
I don't have that kind of pampering. No.
Something I had in my last house that I don't have in my current house, and this is totally pampering. And we had our downstairs bathroom redone. And we put in the heated floor, like you can turn the tiles and make it warm.
That's awesome.
And Steve, we paid extra for it, and this was, when I was married to my ex-wife, and it was really nice. So in the wintertime, this time of year, it felt terrific going in there. I don't have that now. I wish. And then once you get a luxury like that, and then you have it taken away, you're like, oh man, I got to step on a cold wood floor.
Yeah.
What the hell?
What am I, a barbarian?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
We do get. You those little dumb little creature comforts. I guess my chip thing isn't so bad after all. Then, right? If I'm not going to a manicure. I thought,
if you had somebody take the chips out and put them in your mouth, that's.
I just thought I was being. I guess it's. Maybe that's not pampering. Yeah, maybe being manually fed chips.
Right.
Somebody texted in and said they have a towel warmer.
Oh, so they're not. So I got one for Claire, and you can get them on Amazon. They're like $45. And it is just a rack that you hold up, you prop up near the shower, and you just put your towels on it before you get in, and it warms up very nicely.
Here's a text from someone that says, question and debate. Are you really pampering yourself, or are you just proving how lazy you are? All of these things you can do yourself.
I think there is an absolute implied laziness to a lot of what we call, like for King Charles. The toothbrush thing, that seems like laziness, does it not?
Yes. Here's another one that says, these sound like first world problems. Yes, they definitely are. This is what this is all about.
That's the whole thing. It's ridiculous.
They said, I have a boiler that needs to be replaced and a bathtub I can't fit into. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear about that, but definitely. We were talking about the fact that King Charles has someone actually put the toothpaste on his toothbrush.
Or iron his shoelaces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I probably lived more pampered before I got married and owned my own home. And I think about how I used to live when I was under my parents' roof. And every single shower that I took, I would use 2 brand new towels. And now that I'm I'm not
You're
in
using
charge
the drapes.
no, but now I have a family and nobody does the laundry except for me and my wife. I couldn't imagine having to do 12 sets of towels or 14 sets of towels for 1 week for one person. The one towel that I use,
right?
I think I've used it for 2 months now.
Yeah.
What's the average duration? Is that the average duration of a towel for you?
Yeah, probably
about 2 months.
Yeah,
2 months.
Dude, I
can go a week or so, week and a half maybe. But
I think that's about it.
By the way, there was a video I saw was a while back, and it's essentially it's a spoof on the clueless husband. And
Right.
He's sitting there talking to his wife, and she goes, "Hey," asked about the laundry. He's like, no, you don't have to do the laundry. He's like, I just leave it out right here. And then I come back the next day. It's clean and it's folded. And he's like, you won't believe this. And she's sitting here going, you're out of your goddamn mind. It's hilarious. It is so funny. Kathy, here's a text from somebody. It says, hey, Kathy, assisted stretch is the way to go. I own the stretch lab where Preston went in Collegeville. And there's one in Conchie, too.
Yes, I did go there.
And that's from Jason. And when I got there, they had a playlist of Rush.
Did they
really? Yes, they did.
Now, is that's being pampered?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Are you kidding me? If you were paying for that service, you were pampering yourself.
I was pampered a little while ago. I had them play the Beatles during my colonoscopy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's nice.
And I was like, wow, man. Does it get any better?
Well, when you get MRIs, they're, hey, would you like to hear some music? I'm like, yeah, I'd like to actually hear it.
Yeah, you
because
can't
usually
hear it
when they're
ever.
playing, you're like,
When I had this, yeah.
Well, do you know why that is?
why?
Because the way they send it to you.
Yeah.
They can't have any
Metal.
There's no electronics
Yeah,
or metal, so it's a plastic tube.
The music?
that is hooked up to a speaker in another room, and it's just being.
Get out.
That's why you don't get an actual electronic signal
why you
coming
can't
through
hear
that.
it.
Yeah, so all I hear is gang.
I had one that was like one of the only 3 devices. I forget what. Basically, it was take the coiled part of a still and shove that up your ass. That's what I had. And you want to hear some music? Sure. Okay, put it on. And the machine, I couldn't hear, and I had like death metal playing, couldn't even hear it.
Wow. By the way, here you go. Somebody texts, and my friend has a heated toilet seat. Swears by it. Thought it was weird.
Yeah.
So would a bidet be considered kind of a little pamper thing?
For me, it is. I use my bidet all the time. Amazon, $40. I installed it myself. Yeah, I'm that. And my butt is spick and span.
Okay, but what do you use to dry your ass off then?
The towels.
Okay. Well, no, because I wasn't sure if you used toilet paper because the toilet paper kind of crumbles.
I use a bit of toilet paper after the initial spray.
Right.
You know,
pat dry
I
first.
pat dry, and then I use the leaf blower.
No, but if you go in too quickly with the toilet paper, you end up with mega dingleberries. And you don't want that.
Which was one of the villains. Godzilla fought mega dingleberries.
Yes.
Which I can't. We're gonna have Bert Kreischer in studio on Wednesday, and I can't wait to talk to him about his wife was supposed to shave his ass for him. It was on Instagram. It was real.
I think I sent that to you.
Yeah.
And she found a piece of toilet paper.
It was so good.
Hilarious.
Leanne might actually be with him on Wednesday. I requested that she.
Oh, that'd be
join him.
great.
Yeah, but dude, it was hilarious.
All right. Nikita is calling in. Hi there, Nikita. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So, we have this story of King Charles. He apparently has someone put the toothpaste on his toothbrush for him. He gets his shoelaces ironed. He carries his own linen as well. And we were just curious about a way that you kind of embarrassingly pamper yourself.
I'm not that bad, but I do get my house cleaned every 2 weeks, so it's the best thing ever.
Okay, you get your house cleaned every 2 weeks or so.
Yep, like a deep clean.
Like a deep clean.
Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of merit to that. So you work, Nikita? You have a fairly busy schedule?
I work, I have a kid, and it saves so many issues between me and my husband. We don't fight anymore. I'm cleaning.
There you go.
And yet, do you have a tinge of guilt about it?
A little bit sometimes, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's and there's also we were talking about the laziness and then the guilt, the thing that makes you. And I agree, but Nikita, you have the absolute right to. You're for your schedule. If you can afford it, you're employing someone else. But I understand the self-reflection that makes you go, well, I could do it. I could do it.
Yeah.
Especially when your mom's like Spanish and she's just like, oh my God, like you can't clean yourself.
Yeah. The mom's always good for that. Yeah.
Without question. All right. Thank you, Nikita. Appreciate you sharing.
Thanks, bye.
All right, see ya. Yep. 215-263 WMMR. If you want to admit it, go ahead. What pampering thing do you go ahead and splurge for. I mean, there are people that get, facials and manicures, a lot of treatments and things like that regularly.
Well, let me ask you. So I think I pamper myself with my toilet paper request. I like the double quilted. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, you do that?
Yeah. I
I'm
don't.
a Scotsman.
Really? Yeah. I don't like the thin.
You don't appreciate the number 7 sandpaper that we get here? It's
oh my God, it's
building?
horrible.
No.
And then the way they have it set up on these huge rollers that you try to pull it down and it tears in little.
It's too thin.
It's too thin.
Yeah,
it's crap.
I agree. All right, let me go to
cuts up your ass.
Let me go to Dean. Hi, Dean. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Just wanted to talk to you about how I pamper myself.
Please do.
I use baby wipes.
Baby wipes are very. Case is
Casey
you're a
does.
proponent of the baby
big
wipe.
baby wipesman. Yeah.
Don't knock it till you try it.
I don't.
Toilet paper is completely overrated.
No, you have to use. No, you use the toilet paper as the first wipe, and then you go in there with the baby wipes to.
Time to get
rest. Yeah.
serious.
Yeah.
So do you carry baby wipes with you, Dean?
Yeah, I knew you were going to ask that question. I don't carry baby wipes with me. When you go to a public restroom, you just get a nice wad of paper towels and wet them. And then the maintenance staff gets mad at you because you clog the toilet every time.
Yeah,
So
you're
that's
not supposed
you.
to flush those. That's
Yeah. Can you not flush baby wipes?
You're not
You
supposed
can't.
to.
No,
Yeah,
even the
not
flushable ones you cannot.
So, Dean, do you throw them in the little trash can in the bathroom?
They're in a separate trash bag under the sink, out of the human eye. They can't be seen.
Okay. Can they be smelled?
They can't be smelled because they're under the vanity, which I don't really know if that's a good idea, but I just know I can't smell them, so it's fine for me.
Wow. I've never used the baby wipe system, but
Thanks,
everyone I know raves about it.
Yeah, I can go. Toilet paper works just fine for me personally, but I could see the appeal.
What about emery cloth?
Emery cloth?
Really gets in there.
It does get in there. What is this? This is all right. Some social responses that we're getting. Rob Eric wrote, "Solo lunch out. I'm back to the office 3 days a week. I often take myself out on work days instead of packing and eating at my desk. So that's his pamper.
Right.
Trish Bavuso says a cup of tea after the bus leaves.
This is a common, wonderful little thing to do.
Chris Connolly says food truck breakfast sandwiches.
Well, you're pampering yourself.
I guess so. Gail Ann says monthly house cleaning and my bidet.
Yeah.
Ryan Haggs says food. I travel a lot locally for sales, and I'm not afraid to have $50 lunches. And then Brian Grady says a quiet house and mayonnaise.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Kathy. Quiet house and mayonnaise. That's all you need.
It was Kathy knew a guy who would use mayonnaise to
pleasure himself.
with.
Bill loved that story, by the way.
He was like,
Kathy,
"Hey."
the hell? Mayonnaise?
I'm going to go to Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hi,
Morning.
Mike.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
I pamper myself with a caddy while golfing. You know, you're down in the trap and you hit your ball, made it all dirty, and you know the caddy then picks up the rake, even though you're close to where you just messed up, and they've got to climb down in the trap and rake it for you.
So what is this? Preston, explain what he's talking about.
So using a caddy, you had somebody to carry your bag for you while
Right.
you're playing golf, and then they clean the ball, they clean your clubs,
Oh, okay.
they read the green, they'll rake the sand if you're in the bunker.
So
they'll do all that stuff. They'll
average,
fix your pitch mark, all that stuff.
Okay, so at an average golf club, do you have the option of bringing a caddy with you?
No. You don't bring your caddies with you. The golf club supplies
I'm
the
saying
caddies.
you pick from their collective, so they supply the caddies. You can opt to not have a caddy.
Yes, you can walk without one. Absolutely. Some clubs are caddy exclusive, but you don't have to take one with you, but you can have a golf cart, so that means you're carrying your own bag. And these caddies usually carry 2 bags, by the way.
Do you ever feel bad if they're carrying your stuff? Or not bad, but
a little bit.
Yeah,
definitely.
Right.
Yeah. In fact, you take stuff out of your bag to lighten it up a little
Right.
bit.
Here, let me take that
But
cinder
Mike,
block.
I know what you're saying. Like, I mean, most of that stuff you could be doing yourself, right?
Yeah, pretty much all of it. Yeah, you
pretty much all of it. Yeah.
Sometimes you get an old caddy. You can request a golf cart then, that the caddy can ride around in or caddy for you.
Okay, if it's an older caddy.
Yeah.
Now, can you get a foot massage, Preston, from the?
Oh, that would be the best. Listen, at the turn, do you mind? I got a corn on on my right foot.
My dogs are barking.
Can you rub that a little bit? All right, thanks, Mike. I hear you. That is definitely a pamper. For sure, a pamper mode. Let me go to Megan. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Megan. What's up?
So apparently, my husband and I, we're going on 2 years of marriage, have been raised very different ways. So whereas things that seem normal to me are very pampering to him.
Okay.
So, for example, the first time we lived together, I was throwing bounce sheets in the dryer, and he said, "What is that?" And I said, "It makes your clothes softer." He goes, "Oh, that's why they're always better at your house."
So he thinks dryer sheets are pampering?
Well, it's just something his mom never used.
They never used it in his house.
All right.
And he's so glad to have like soft clothes sometimes. And then when we moved, I said, "Oh, I'm going to call the moving company I always use." And he goes, "I've never hired movers. That seems weird. We can do that."
Yeah.
And I said, "No, I'm not carrying a queen mattress down 2 flights of stairs."
Right.
Okay. So he considers you the more extravagant, likely to pamper yourself of the two.
Yes.
Yeah, and those things like that's Prince Charles level to use dryer sheets and moving companies.
It's bizarre to me, but it's how he grew up. So I guess it's just a matter of where you come from.
I get it.
Absolutely.
You know, on the moving thing, I subscribed to that notion for the longest time. I can do it myself. I did. I moved many times with myself and my brother. But after a while, you're like, Jesus,
I'm done.
I'm done.
Yeah, if you can afford it, for sure, because moving is just one of the worst experiences ever, every single time.
Get a house blocks from the one you currently have.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best move you can do.
Absolutely.
Walk it down on a hand truck.
Well, it's not quite, someone putting toothpaste on your toothbrush for you, but
steaming your sheets.
There are little things that you can do to kind of feel like a royal if you want to.
Yeah.
And pamper yourself a little bit. And you certainly should if given the means to do so from time to time. As Pierre says, on your birthday, you should do something for yourself.
Right. Steam your sheets.
Absolutely. Go steam your sheets. All right, with that, we're going to take a break and come back in a second. Some B-File stories await you, dear friend, and you will not want to miss them. We will come back in just a moment. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
We were putting in vans, and we'd pull up to the club, and we would load out and load in our own gear ourselves. So it would be like a Jane's Addiction show. Thank you, good night. And then start winding up cables and putting guitars in cases and trying to push your amp off the stage, get ready for the next band. I really appreciate having had those experiences. As much as I would never want to do them again, I think they really taught us how to be a band.
I was in my 20s. I was a band guy. I'm a drummer. And so just a couple of last year, I was like, I got together with some guys. We created a cover band, and we went out and we played some gigs. And I tell you what, Dave, on that first night, at 3 o'clock in the morning when we're putting the last bit of crap back into the van, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking, man? This sucks. You know?
It's a little different when you're 17 and you're pushing stuff in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, right now, like, my lower spine cannot handle carrying an amp.
It's just not going to happen.
Dave, we're able to Zoom with you right now, and looking over your shoulder, is that a cuckoo clock up on the wall? And if so, what's the story behind that?
Actually, there's probably 12 of them in this house. I collect them. That's cool. It's just a weird thing. And, cuckoo clocks, when I was a kid, that was like in cartoons, that was the symbol of crazy.
Yeah.
Like if someone was crazy, you'd see a little cuckoo or a bird would come out. And I just kind of came with this whole embracing. I do a company called Dual Diagnosis, which is it's an art/clothing company that's geared at lifting the stigma of mental health issues.
Right.
And, there's a whole story behind the cuckoo. I don't know if you know about it, but if you look inside that box, it's all complicated gears and springs and coils and wires. There's this little bird that's trapped in there. It can't fly out because it's held down by these weights.
Yeah.
You see the weights that hang down?
Right.
Which could be, its emotional baggage, for instance. And so until it drops that baggage, it can't fly and reach its full potential.
Wow.
And it's locked in this confusing box that's making it crazy. So yeah, I collect them, and then we also use them artistically throughout the Dual Diagnosis company, and that's spelled DUAL diagnosis, and we dualdiagnosis.com.
Well, I never realized there were so many metaphors attached to a cuckoo clock, but I
think that I invented them, but they were.
But that's good. I can completely see that, because I'm fascinated by little mechanisms and the artistry of that stuff, animatronic things, and all of that. Have you yourself ever designed a cuckoo clock?
I designed what I called a cuckoo clock wristwatch. Was when I took that clock and I duct taped it on my arm.
Okay, that counts.
This is a crazy watch, but no, I'm not a tinkerer. For instance, I love watches. I love components. I love things that work like that. But I mean, these things, you know, they're kind of genius, and the implications, like the humorous implications that they contain, are kind of funny, and you just don't see them anymore. But if you look around my house, like I think there's one over there.
Yeah.
There's one there. There's one on the other side. So there's like 15 of them in here. But the best part is that they're all set at different times.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, just a different bird is coming out.
That's great.
And it will literally drive you insane. I mean, if you're not insane already, put up 5 cuckoo clocks. You know what it's like.
Yeah, you know, my sister's actually obsessed with cuckoo clocks as well, but she does not have one. Maybe that is a good gift for me to get for her.
It's a great gift, and they you know they make them battery operated now, but the ones that are really special are the ones that are handmade, that use the actual weight system to have the time tell time. And even the pendulum has to be hung at the right length. Otherwise, it's going to either tick too fast or too slow.
Okay.
So they're very complicated things, but they are interesting to be obsessed with.
I completely get it. Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about those.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to expect to talk about this either. Are you wearing a Snuggie right now?
No, right now I am wearing it's like a hooded cape. This is like for outdoors life.
That's pretty
ceremonial outdoor life. And it happens exactly. It happens to be 7 a.m. here in LA, and I just happen to be freezing. But I will tell you this: I am not opposed to a straight up Snuggie either.
No, why would you be?
Dave, who would you say between you and Perry? You guys are artists to the core.
Yeah.
Who's a little more quirky in their personality? Is it you or Perry?
We both have a lot of, I guess, independent thought, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I would say that, I would say Perry, just because being a front man of a band like this and having to have that sensibility and be on every night and deliver every night, like I get to turn around and hide behind the guitar and like get lost in my instrument, which I love, because I did a solo tour in 2000, and I just came to learn that I didn't love it. I didn't love leading the band. I didn't love being the lead singer. I didn't love the eyes. I didn't love the pressure. And Perry can do that really well, and he, in fact, loves it. So I would say that there is a component to his personality that allows him to be that extroverted on stage and do it with authority and conviction. So I don't know if I would say he's more quirky, but I would say that he has what it takes to front a band.
Yeah,
better than most, I would say. And I think along with that kind of mentality, you've got to have some walls down, to allow yourself to be that raw in front of people.
Totally.
And while at the same time having certain walls up. So I think it's a microcosm of some kind of very strange dance that goes into being a lead singer. And, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best frontmen that have been around in the past 30 years.
Is it hard, speaking to that point about, because you let a lot of you out, with your love of the tattoos and artistry and the cuckoo clocks and things that are part of you. Is it hard when you are in the public eye the way you are? And you're talking about Perry being more up front and being the front man, but you are a personality. You are a pop culture personality. Is it hard to know? I'm going to keep this just for me, Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're not always revealing stuff about you.
Oh, no. I mean, things that I like and things that are interesting to me aren't really revealing anything. And those aren't like deep personal issues that whether or not I like cuckoo clocks, I better keep that to myself or I feel exposed.
It's too personal.
Like I don't feel exposed.
Yeah.
But, I've also taken it upon myself and years ago, like I wrote a book and I put out a documentary that were about very difficult things in my life. And I think that the intention and hopefully the joy of that was to help others feel less alone that were in similar situations, whether it's grief or trauma or drug addiction or any of the things that I've been through. I like to share with people that there's an alternative way, and that it is possible to get past that stuff. And even though the demon of addictive behavior may be with you for your life, it's about channeling that addictive behavior into an area that can be healthy for you.
Well, yeah,
So,
I'm sober for 9+ years at this point, and I just know that it was important for me to see and interact with people who were living a sober life, a happy and content sober life. But then there were also other people that, like musicians, Trey Anastasio being one of them. I'm a fish head. He had been sober for a couple of years at that point. When I saw, I'm like, okay, here's somebody that's doing it. And I was able to gain strength through them. And so when you do that and you're outspoken about whatever struggles that you have gone through, there are people out there that really do hold on to that and gravitate towards that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say is that, the company I'm running, Dual Diagnosis, is all about mental health. I put out a book that was about my drug addiction. I put out a film that was about my mom's death. It does resonate with a lot of people sometimes, if they've got similar circumstances. But, at the same time, I'm not a doctor. And so those people will come to me personally and say, I'm going through this and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, I already told you what I went through and how I dealt with it, but I can't advise, like a doctor would. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's, you need to find a team of your own. But I think that that's not the tough part. I don't really think there is a tough part to it. I think that as long as you're comfortable with who you are and what you've been through and that, behaviors can change.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's all we're doing. Like, I may not be doing drugs anymore, but now I'm in line at 1 a.m. at GameStop waiting for the next thing to come.
Dude, all right. Yes, that's exactly. That is the right way to think about it. We all have the same doctor. He's kind of he's on TV in here in Philadelphia, and he says, if I have to, I will write you a prescription for a video game because that's the stuff. To get that joy of something that doesn't have, like you say, you're not smoking crack. This is something you're into.
Something that's not going to kill you.
Exactly. That you can get passionate. Like, I love living through other people's passions, and it excites me to revisit my own. Your cuckoo clock thing, or just the different things you talk about. That to me is something that people, they sometimes seem reticent to allow themselves. Well, it's just crazy. Should I really collect that, or is that do it? Because we just don't think that way a lot of times.
Well, ultimately, we're all here for however long we're here, and we are ultimately going to dissolve into the universe or whatever happens.
Right.
So, do what you love, as long as it's not hurting anybody else or yourself.
Yep.
Like, there's really, that this life was given to us for us to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I really feel strongly about that. And frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about life most is being able to perform with this band and to come out and do that with you guys is what is that, the 25th, September 25th?
Correct. Yep.
I'm super pumped about that, and that's, I wouldn't be able to do that had I stayed on the path I was on.
Right.
So it's all, to me, it's all, I'm in the bonus round.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
yes, absolutely.
I unlocked the little part of the game that allowed me to play in another room.
Yes,
I'm into it.
Dave, we're all excited about that as well. I wanted to ask. So every Tuesday we do a thing. It's called Tattoo Tuesday, and we give away a free tattoo every single Tuesday. And as a result, I mean, we used to do it here in the studio, and as a result, we've had several contestants and winners of Ink Master in our studio actually administering tattoo, which is really cool. Is Ink Master coming back to Paramount Plus by any chance? Do you know?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I heard that they were picking it up. That was the last I heard of it. The only thing that I can assume from not hearing anything is that they're rebooting it with a new cast. That's all I know.
That's all you know? All right.
I mean, in fact, I don't even know that because there's been very little dialogue. So I hear that Paramount Plus is going to pick it up. I guess they started a new streaming service.
Yep.
And, but I don't know. But I will tell you what's very funny about that is that Ink Master was a show that, I mean, it was on 10 years ago. I mean, it's hard to believe it was a decade ago that started, and we did 13 seasons. And then during the pandemic, Paramount sold a couple of seasons to Netflix. So now it's on Netflix, but these are old episodes. Right. But what that did was that opened us up to a whole new audience that had never seen us. And I started getting messages from people who were angry at me for certain.
Thanks, Kath. I was just looking at some pretty cool pictures of Sarah and Jackie Bam Bam introducing Mammoth on stage.
Yeah.
Sent home 10 years.
The Kimmel Cultural Campus. No, the Keswick Theater, actually.
And his request was to make sure we don't play full versions of his songs anymore.
That was a request from Wolfgang?
Yeah.
Well, now I know why we did it.
That's why we did it.
Thank you.
That's why we did it.
Welcome, guys.
But no, they played a show with Nita Van Strauss, and you can check out the pictures, WMMR.com/Pierre, if you want to see those.
I wanted to show you this page on Sarah's account too, Preston, because Wolfgang responded to the post, which I thought was really cool.
Oh, where did it? Oh,
right here.
You're the best.
Yeah, it was just nice of him to acknowledge that.
He seems like love to get him on the show. He seems like a really nice guy.
Great musician, too.
He's a nice guy.
All right, let's do the B-file. We're ready to go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. We'll begin with this. A Georgia man came afoul of deputies when they said he got high on mushrooms, put on a chicken suit, and became disorderly.
Wow.
Sheriff Howard Sill said that a woman called to report that her ex-boyfriend had, quote, basically gone nuts on mushrooms and was beating on passing by cars and screaming and hollering at them.
No chicken sounds?
No chicken sounds. He was screaming and hollering. Officers responded where they found 47-year-old Jason Pinch walking through a neighborhood, pounding vehicles with his fists. He was wearing what officers described as a yellow onesie-style pajama outfit meant to resemble a chicken. Pinch continued to beat on passing cars and even the patrol car. Officers called an ambulance and tried to arrest Pinch.
Listen, son, this is no way to be killed. You've got to calm down. You're dishonoring chickens everywhere.
He repeatedly asked deputies if they were real and if he was real.
Lay down on the ground.
After he was taken into custody, Pinch continued to ask if officers were real and also if he was at that time laying in his hammock at home. He had asked them.
Holy crap.
Yes.
That's how powerful that stuff is.
Officers were able to stun Pinch with a taser, and he was arrested on charges of disorderly conduct and misdemeanor obstruction of a peace officer and has since been released on bond.
You're okay now, son.
Employees of a Houston car dealership arrived to find their vehicle so badly damaged earlier this month that at least one staffer suspected that a wolf had attacked. But the reality was even more bizarre. Surveillance footage showed two dogs literally ripping apart the vehicles, pulling off bumpers and other bodywork with their teeth.
Why the hell were they doing that?
Gabby Fakori, the sales manager, said, "You just never think a dog has the kind of power to tear up a car like that.
You just never think it."
At least 5 cars were damaged in 3 separate overnight rampages this month, estimating the damage to between $100,000 and $350,000.
Wow. And they were Yorkies, right?
No. At the center of all these violent maulings, it seems, is a cat. Employees believe the dog's true target is a feline hiding inside of the vehicles.
They're going nuts.
And for now, however, the mauling sprees have everyone on edge, with employees trying to ensure that they don't cross paths with the canines.
He's a cat.
Yeah, so they're ripping these cars to shreds.
It blows my mind.
Yeah. 19-year-old Gianluca Bordone was charged with manslaughter and assault on Friday after allegedly stabbing 17-year-old Rocco Rodin to death Thanksgiving morning in Tribeca, New York. And police responded to a call. They found Rodin at the axe-throwing business called Live Axe and took him to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. So this stabbing happened at one of these axe-throwing places. Yeah. His 19-year-old brother also has reportedly had stab wounds and was taken to the hospital where he is in stable condition.
So, I'm sorry, did I miss this? Did he use a knife or an axe?
He used a knife for whatever reason.
You can't bring a knife into the axe place.
It was a stabbing, but it happened at the axe throwing place, which is pretty wild.
There's a knife place across the street.
I never really, with all the axe throwing establishments that are, I never really hear of accidents happening there. I'm sure they do.
I've seen one or two near misses where
Really?
someone will hit the board and the axe will bounce back.
Yeah.
That's happened. But I'm with you. I've never seen any sort of real injury occur at those places, except if someone stabs you.
Here's another quick story like that one was. A family is lucky to be alive after their turkey fryer exploded.
Of course.
Inside of their house.
Jeez.
In Burlington, North Carolina, a propane tank fueling a turkey fryer exploded. The explosion was so strong it blew out the windows in the back of the house.
Oh, my God.
Investigators said the person cooking the turkey fell asleep and left the boiling oil unattended.
At least we're all together.
The whole thing went up.
Well, it was funny because I saw a funny meme over the weekend where they just took a picture of their deep frying turkey and the propane. It was set up in their kitchen. It just said, all right, all set and ready to go for Thanksgiving. I want to go to sleep right now. And it was a joke because clearly you don't put that in your house and go to sleep.
Right.
And
this guy did.
Literally what happened
That's exactly what this person did.
What would possess someone to do that inside?
No one was seriously hurt. Investigators said to never fry a turkey inside and stay at least 10 feet away from anything that can catch on fire.
We just put a fireplace in the linen closet.
But, how does that person make it to adulthood? Do you know what I mean? That is dumb.
Maybe they saved up all the dumb for that one event.
Yep. All right, how about this story? A Disneyland park guest in Anaheim, California was arrested and escorted off the property by local authorities after stripping off their clothes during the It's a Small World attraction.
God, that song turns me on, too.
The incident happened on Sunday. The guest got off the ride while it was in motion, and the attraction was stopped when the park operators were made aware of the situation.
It is a small world.
After the guest was detained, the person was removed from the property altogether and booked by the Anaheim police. It's a Small World was shut down for about an hour as park operators inspected the attraction. No guests were harmed physically during the incident. The ride resumed operations eventually. Video of the incident went viral on social media with clips being shared. One video shows a guest walking through the set of It's a Small World without a shirt on.
Of course.
Another video shows a person sitting and touching the animatronics that decorate the ride located within the Fantasyland area of the Disney park.
It's like you're alive.
One park.
You're my little friend.
One park guest is heard telling the streaker to please stop and to sit down as they made their way through
making friends.
One of the scenes of the ride set in India. Another park guest is heard worrying that the person might ruin and cause damage to the props, but they got him out of there. And
so at Disneyland, the first ride you encounter is It's a Small World.
At Disneyland?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the first one you come upon?
Yeah, it's the first one, yeah.
And there you go. That's what I have for you. In today's bizarre file, my friend, we have a new Word of the Week prize this week. It is 2 festive gift packages from our friends at Omaha Steaks. You're going to need the letter of the day for the Word of the Week, which we will give away on Friday, but we'll get that first letter at the end of today's program. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Later on, joining us, Eddie Alvarez is stopping by. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship coming up this weekend, and he's in it. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
My God.
You know what I mean? Like they thought
It's
it was
just now. Yeah.
Fuck you for sending Josh home. He was the one. Like, how dare you? I'm like,
Oh, my
who's
God.
Josh? I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great.
But people get very passionate about that. I hope that when you give out tattoos, is there one artist that you use, or is there a resident artist? Or
Yeah.
there's a shop.
Yep. Yeah, one shop, several artists within that shop, and there's a guy named Troy here who is he's a big name in the tattoo industry in Philadelphia. Actually, he is responsible for a lot of the tattoo conventions all across the country.
Yep.
So he has a lot of guys and he's also super generous. So
do they get to decide what they are getting, or does it have to be a WMMR?
They do.
They have to include
on the throat.
They have to include us in there somewhere, and it can even be very, very subtle. That's all that we ask. So
Right.
yeah.
That's nice.
I'll the rabbit in the the Playboy cover. It can be very discreet. So yeah.
Some are more subtle.
Do you
than
want to know
others.
something funny about this? Do you see this?
Yeah. That's the Playboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a quick story. I was doing an interview with Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was talking about how the bunny, well, first of all, it started out, it was a stag. It was supposed to be a cartoon of a stag.
Right.
And the night before the release, he couldn't sleep. And he got up in the middle of the night and called the designer and said, I hate the stag. You got to come up with something else. So they scrambled at all hours of the night and landed on this bunny, which then became the most iconic thing, in terms of branding.
Wow. Huge.
And he went ahead to tell me that it is probably the #1 most tattooed logo of all time.
The Playboy bunny.
I believe it.
Wow.
Yeah. And so at that moment, I said, has anybody in the history of tattooing this bunny asked you for permission? And he said, no, actually, nobody's ever asked. And I said, well, then let me be the first. Is it okay with you if I get the bunny tattooed? And he said, absolutely. So I have the one and only Hugh Hefner sanctioned.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. But the fact that, what do I care? But the fact that Hugh sanctioned it and gave me the okay, and it's the only one that exists that's like that, was pretty special.
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
awesome. Excellent. Dave, we're really excited. Not only that you guys are playing the show, but that you took the time to join us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to being out there. And are you guys going to be at the show?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. I would not miss your guys' set. So
We'll come back and say hello, will you?
Okay, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Dave.
guys.
We'll see you in September. Dave
Pleasure.
Navarro, guys. How about it? Wow. He's awesome. Super nice guy. And I bet you he could point to every single tattoo and tell a story like that as well.
What you're playing right here, I remember, Preston, when I first heard this song, I was like,
what's
whoa!
that? Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
It's
Psoriasis.
Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety.
Raya.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, R-A-Y-A. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54,
right?
And they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please, keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible
but-
joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please, keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was not from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like... My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Gath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I haven't.
You're a man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I mean?
Too much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust pizza.
Version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either. Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's More's. Slav.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
I like that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really...
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
In this video said whether it was bussin' or disgusting, so...
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Did
I don't know. I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just for 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah, here's a text message I missed just a moment ago. It says, hey, gang, think we could play the whole Audio Slave song? Or are we just going to do half songs today? Normally, I wouldn't care, but I kind of like this Audio Slave song. That's from Mike, the Cherry Hill Fire Department Motor Maintenance Shop, listening this morning.
It's Cyber Monday, so the rule is every other song has to be just half.
On Cyber Monday. I didn't realize that. All right, well, you know what I did realize is I noticed some things over the weekend.
4 days of noticing.
Worth noting.
The noticer had 4 days to notice a whole bunch of stuff.
Lots of things were noticed.
Now he's going to tell us what he noticed.
Yeah, we're going to start with...
Buckle up.
Yeah, hang in. This is very, very interesting. And I have mentioned this adventure before. So these people signed up for an experience of a lifetime. It was 3 years traveling the world from the comfort of a cruise ship at prices that rivaled regular living expenses.
You told us about this, and everyone was like, oh, that seems amazing.
Yes, but now the dream is over for passengers who signed up for the Life at Sea Cruises inaugural 3-year voyage.
Oh, man.
After weeks of silence, the company has acknowledged to passengers that it has no ship and has had to cancel the departure, vowing to refund those who had signed up for cruises costing up to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So these people dramatically changed their lives in preparation for this. You can't just hang a 180.
Well, they are. The cruise was originally due to depart Istanbul, Turkey on November 1st, but shortly before that date, departure was postponed to the 11th and then relocated to Amsterdam in the Netherlands, and then on the 30th again from Amsterdam. But on November 17th, less than 2 weeks before the third departure date, passengers were informed that the cruise was gone.
So, Kathy, they were showing some of the paperwork, and someone forgot to check the box, get ship.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's an oversight.
Yeah.
Did you get the ship?
I thought Eddie was getting the... Eddie! Come on. Don't look at me like that.
Some of the passengers who booked the 111 cabins sold are still in...
I didn't know I had to get the ship.
Listen to this. They are still in Istanbul, having made their way there ahead of the original departure date.
Oh, boy.
Others say they have nowhere to return to, having sold or rented out their homes in anticipation of the round-the-world voyage, as well as jettisoning their possessions. People sold their stuff.
Everything.
They sold their homes because they were going to go live.
Furnished.
Yes.
Aboard this ship.
Fully taken care of.
Cast off all the trappings of their prior life and just live on the high seas.
Yeah.
With all the amenities taken care of by the cruise line.
I thought it looked pretty cool.
It looked
Like
exciting.
a decent idea.
Yeah.
Most have spent tens of thousands of dollars on what was meant to be the experience of a lifetime, and now they face a wait of at least several months to get their money back. The company has said that it will make repayments in monthly installments.
No.
Starting from mid-December and completing repayments in late February. This is like those people that had the that crematorium or that natural...
they let your body
burial place
decompose back into the earth.
It sounds like a total scam.
They were stacking them like cordwood.
Yeah. They've also offered to pay for accommodation until December 1st and flights home for anyone now stranded in Istanbul. But some say that they
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to laugh when you hear this. Just bear with me. It is actually funny, and we will all laugh one day at this.
Some say they have no homes to return to. How insane is that?
There have been people who have done this on. This is not the first time this has ever been done. There are people who do this, who live on ships, but this is the most fully realized, at least up to that point, offer of this for that many people to do this on a ship.
Yeah, this is the whole plan of this trip was to be circulating, going city to city for years, and you'd stay on the ship or have a place that you pay for on the ship at all times. And yes, there are people who do, set up their residence essentially on some cruise ships, but this was what this was created for.
John, can I talk to you for a second? We don't have a ship.
They forgot the boat.
Forgot the ship. How do you forget the ship?
Yeah, I don't know.
That is
crazy.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It always does raise the question, how good is the ship you're going to be on? I assume it has to be. I mean, what are you going to get, like a top-notch Royal Caribbean, or what is the top cruise line these days?
Norwegian cruise lines, and there's Carnival Cruise Lines.
Carnival Cruise Line. Are you going to get all those amenities? Do you get all of that as well, or are you just simply would you have to buy all that stuff like Kathy to get your nails done? Would you?
No, I think this is all. I think this is all covered.
All
I think,
inclusive?
the food was anyway, but this is just crazy. So, but they are.
I'd be friggin' livid.
It's like the Fire Festival on the water.
Oh my God!
That's
have you
what
watched
this is,
either of those documentaries yet?
No.
For a good howl, just pick one. And it's hilarious. If you want to we talk about how people can pull these things off, and maybe the people like this were like this guy as well. As cavalier, I mean, there was really no infrastructure, nothing in place. Yeah. And Nick, you saw it.
Yeah.
A week and a half away from the festival, nothing had been taken care of.
Well, the other thing about the that festival, Steve, and this cruise is like
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I said, ew, no, yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while. At least 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Right. Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day. Remember?
Can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
There's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, you know, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper on
do?
that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef or melons? Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
That in a non-sexual way. And the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday.
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes. Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I don't
right.
want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. And 3.
3,
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get a different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as 2 great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were 2 of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know. Some of the automatic password stuff isn't working, and I'm like, come on, man.
Do you have an Apple TV at home?
Yeah.
All right, so have you seen the new FaceTime feature that'll integrate with your phone? So if you have a newer Apple TV that can handle it, you can use basically your phone and your TV as a teleconferencing setup. Like you can make calls using your phone essentially as the camera, and your TV becomes the interface. So you can be talking to family.
And you can see their pictures. There's their video on your TV.
Exactly. Just by going through FaceTime.
Can you do that with the mirroring?
You could do that with the
screen
mirroring.
as well?
You have no. I've tried this with the new setup. There's no lag time. It's unbelievable.
Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, turn that off if you're interested. So
there's a lot of creeps out there.
it's the feature called Name Drop, but it's automatically enabled by default. And if you want that off, you can turn that off. All right. Let me go back in and see what else I noticed. All right. Here's one that is the stuff we've spoken of, and it's terrifying. The deployment of AI-controlled drones that can make autonomous decisions about whether to kill human targets is moving closer to reality, according to an article by the New York Times.
What have we been saying?
Everyone.
Have you not gone to a science fiction movie in the past 30 years?
Lethal.
Are you stupid? stupid.
Lethal autonomous weapons that can select targets using AI are being developed by countries including the U.S., China, and Israel. The use of the so-called killer robots would mark a disturbing development, say critics, handing life and death battlefield decisions to machines with no human input.
So we talked about this years ago when we were on the aircraft carrier John C. Stennis. I think the captain of the ship said basically at that point in time that they could send up whatever was it, the F-14, I guess, to basically autonomously fly, target, and shoot an enemy craft. And he was basically suggesting that the reason a pilot is there so that you have that human element to verify what's going on. If you turn something like this completely over to AI, I think you're going down the road to disaster.
Yeah, someone still had to control that aircraft remotely, as I think was the case. But anyhow, several governments are lobbying the UN for a binding resolution restricting the use of AI killer drones. But the U.S. is among a group of nations, which includes Russia, Australia, and Israel, who are resisting any such move, favoring a non-binding resolution instead. The Pentagon is working toward developing and deploying swarms of thousands of AI-enabled drones, according to a notice published earlier this year.
It's Metalhead.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Black Mirror. Yeah, there's an episode called Metalhead, which is this autonomously controlled kill bot.
So what's going to happen is because you can try to get everyone to say, okay, we won't do it, but the possibility that Russia will do it will have us doing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So even if you double dog swear.
Yeah. And who's to say who started it first? Who the hell knows?
Yeah,
The New Scientist reported in October that AI-controlled drones have already been deployed on the battlefield by Ukraine in its fight against the Russian invasion, though it's unclear if any have taken action resulting in human casualties. But that's terrifying.
It's incredibly
legitimately
terrifying.
Scary because that can, something will go wrong.
If you turn on that information sharing app on your phone, though, Preston, that makes the drones not see you, become invisible to them.
Oh, so that's what the whole thing is. All right, so if you have that engaged
Kill
already,
drones no longer see you.
Then you don't have to worry
when you're
about
sharing your information.
Wow. Man,
Kill drones.
man, I can't believe it.
You've seen the mock-ups and the dog, the Boston Dynamics dog robots that are mounted, have guns on them.
Yeah.
For Christ's sake.
That's insane.
I never put a gun on my own dog.
And now they're going to be AI controlled and making their own decisions.
I don't like it.
All right. Let's notice something else. How about something nice?
Notice something that makes us happy.
All right. Harrisburg has been named the best place to retire in America.
In America?
In America. Not only that, Reading is second. Lancaster is third, Scranton is fourth, and Allentown is fifth.
In America.
In the entire country to retire. These are the best places. For a
Based
number of
on
metrics.
areas where you're more able to buy tube socks.
I know. Like, what are they doing there that makes it so
I had
great?
family friends that retired to Lancaster, and they did it in large part because they were able to sell a house that they grew up next to where we lived, and they made money on selling that, and then bought a much more affordable home in Lancaster, which is a really nice walkable town. It's a college town. There's Amish people there.
U.S. News and World Report have put the top 5 among the 100 best places to retire. The list has been issued annually since 2007 until now. There's never been a top 5 sweep by a single state.
Isn't that amazing?
Until now.
Yeah, and Harrisburg, a lot of these locations are kind of dismissed.
Yeah,
by the people.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. We got the ocean, but we don't have the sea.
Yep. We have the mountains, but we don't have the sea.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I can see if you're retiring and you want places that won't make death such a fearful thing, and you want to live in an area where you're actually okay to die, like Harrisburg.
Well, the organization conducted a survey of adults ages 45 and up for guidance on what matters most to them.
Where do I go when I don't care about life anymore?
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever spent any time, like literally 1 minute of my life in Harrisburg. Now, I've been all around there. I've been to Mechanicsburg, which is like right near there, and Hershey's pretty close to Harrisburg, is it not?
You've never been to the Capitol?
Never been to the Capitol.
It's nice, but I wouldn't retire there. The same goes for Reading. Like, Reading's fine, but to me, that's not a retirement.
It's earned its reputation as the Monte Carlo of Pennsylvania.
Well, I really like Lancaster. I think it's a really nice town. The other two are our towns.
Yeah. Allison Rohrbaugh, the director of communications for Visit Hershey and Harrisburg, said the arts, shopping, walking trails in Harrisburg and Hershey are close together and are easily accessible.
We're getting them soon.
She said the kinds of amenities we're telling people to come here to enjoy for leisure are the kind of amenities that retirees are looking for as well.
Interesting.
Can you give me the top 5 again? Harrisburg, Reading.
Yes. Hang on. It goes Harrisburg, Harrisburg, Reading, Lancaster, Scranton, and Allentown.
So Scranton would win simply by being close to the Cardboard Classic.
Right.
I think that's what if you're a retiree, that is going to be a big draw.
But listen, I was just in this year. I just was in Reading. I was at the Penn State Berks campus, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. But just driving around that area, I was like, "This is cute."
Yeah.
I was in Allentown earlier in the spring. I was at Muhlenberg and DeSales, and I'm not disparaging Allentown, but it wasn't like I was like, "Oh."
What did you think was nicer, Reading or Allentown?
I thought where I was, Reading.
Were they tearing all the factories down?
No,
they had taken the coke from the ground. Allentown's, it's got some charm to it as well. It's like the town of Reading itself, and I don't mean this to disparage it if you live there. It's just there's a lot of crime, and Reading to me is not the nicest of these 5.
There's a whole bunch of restaurants and such opening up in Reading. They are putting a whole bunch of money into right around the arena. Nick, what's the hockey team?
Santander.
Yeah,
Santander.
So there's some area around there that's really growing in some great places. And then Preston, remember I found out there's a Rush restaurant in Scranton?
There's a Rush restaurant in Scranton?
Yep. There's a restaurant called Bar Pazzo. It's like an Italian restaurant, fresh homemade pastas and pizzas. And the guy's a huge Rush collector. So all of his gear is all over the walls.
recently had a big Rush evening like last month.
Yeah.
And I think might have been while we were at camp out and I couldn't go. Or maybe it was earlier this month. And all the meals were Rush related. It was pretty cool.
There you go. Maybe that's where you retire.
By the way, I had Marissa pull this because we thought this story might be coming up, but the Pennsylvania song, listener Kelly had actually written music to it.
Yes.
And I'm going to play just a little bit of this. We need better quality. I was thinking about getting Kyle to redo this if he wanted. He's a music teacher, I believe.
Beautiful.
Pennsylvania, mighty Lord, Keystone State's near far, the lightning bug lights away, Pennsylvania, o'er the mountains and o'er the sea, we have the mountains but we don't have the sea, but we're only an hours away. 45 minutes unless you've been on the Garden State Parkway.
It works. It still holds up. It's a beautiful song.
We need a new version of that.
Yes, we do.
I think we could do a Pennsylvania segment every now and then.
I think a rock opera.
To be honest. So, by the way, let me see here. U.S. News used data from the U.S. Census Bureau, other federal agencies, and its own internal resources to determine how each metro area measured up in 6 quality of life related categories important to the survey respondents. So it was affordability, happiness, desirability, retiree taxes, job market, and health care.
No bathrooms?
No bathrooms. What? But I'll give you the list of the top 20 so you have some perspective. So we already went through the top 5. After Allentown was New York City.
Wow, that's a big jump.
Yeah, right. Followed by York. There's another Pennsylvania town.
And then new.
Daytona Beach, Florida. Youngstown, Ohio. Then Pittsburgh is 10th.
Pittsburgh.
Ann Arbor, Michigan was 11th. Tampa, Florida was 12th. 13th, Philadelphia.
Wow, man. We're just killing it.
There's a lot of them. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Manchester, New Hampshire. Green Bay, Wisconsin. Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Sarasota, Florida. Toledo, Ohio, and then another spot in our general area, Trenton, New Jersey, was 20th.
So what you're not hearing is like Scottsdale, Arizona, the classic retiree, you know, areas that you go there for the environment or the temperature or the
not the affordability, man. Like, those places
yeah.
get to be so expensive, and again, getting back to Lancaster, like that's why my family friends moved there. It was so much more affordable. Their dollar went really far in Lancaster.
Lancaster is nice.
It is.
All right. Something else I noticed.
They've got the chocolate, but they don't have the sea.
Well, I have another Pennsylvania story.
Hours away. 45 minutes unless you've been on the Garden State Parkway.
It's a beautiful voice.
gotta add an hour, but it's not our state. I'm wasting time, it's like I'm going to. I can't say that. Ballparks, we have them. Come here and see. Baseball for her, baseball for me. Concert venue.
Okay.
Inspiring, really.
The Limpkin.
The Limpkin, which is when you get a blowy while sitting on the toilet.
No, that's a blumpkin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that was a blumpkin,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yes. So, no, it's a bird native to South America, has been spotted in Pennsylvania. For the first time ever.
We've got the Limpkin
Bird watchers were shocked to find
soaring over the sea.
the Limpkin in Lancaster County.
The Limpkin in Lancaster.
Hundreds of miles away from
Hundreds
its
of miles away.
usual habitat. The Limpkin has long legs and brown and white feathers. Climate change may have impacted how far the Limpkin chose to migrate, but it could also have been luck.
So a PA level stork.
Yeah, I don't know. But this is native of South America, so it made it way, 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 way up here.
Wow.
And it was a bit of an anomaly.
Wait, let's do this. I've got. Nope. I have. You hang with me, man. Don't let go.
He's
It'll be
going to
worth
find
it.
that. Do you think he's lost?
Well, he definitely, he didn't come here on purpose, I don't think.
Everybody
So.
thought the stork was brain
There it
dead.
is.
So apparently this was, for birders, this was like a big, big, big deal.
Yeah. Kathy can't stop.
I mean,
Yeah, she
it
dro-
is
that's
big-
why
no,
she was
it
in
is a
Lancaster
big
County
deal.
this weekend.
Oh, my God. The Limpkin's there.
All right. This story does have Kathy in mind.
All right.
So, yeah. This
Story for Kathy that the noticer noticed.
This is Target related.
Ooh. What is it?
TikTokers are hitting Target to prove that the big box store's Black Friday deals may not be what they seem, showing off some sticker prices as being equal regardless of the day.
Did you hear about this, Kathy?
Like you're saying they say it's on sale, but it's not?
Yes.
That's
So
I mean,
basically
that's a standard. I mean, they can't say it's on sale and not put it on sale. It has to be listed.
Someone is a Target apologist.
No. It has to be. I'm sure it's listed, and then it says it's on sale.
Well, so here's the deal. In at least 3 instances, people were so they have the Black Friday deal sign,
Right.
up in front of it, and underneath it is the regular everyday price, and it's the same.
Same. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
kind of like this is a Black Friday deal.
Like they just
and it's not.
threw up Black Friday sign,
Yes.
and there's nothing to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy, you'll be so proud of me because I just went to go buy something. My protein bars are Core bars, and I was getting them from the Core website. And they were like, hey, use the code Black Friday to save 25%. So I was like, okay. So I used the code Black Friday, and the price went up, okay? Because without the code, it was free shipping, okay? With the code, I
added
saved
shipping.
25%, but then they added shipping, and it ended up costing more.
You scumbags.
I could not believe that.
So what they do is, okay, we'll give you this, but we're going to charge you for the shipping we weren't going to charge you for before.
Well, yeah, but-
Fanatics does that all the time. That website, Fanatics.
Well, a lot of places will do that. Like you have to be careful. You can only use a lot of places. You can only use one coupon code. So yeah, like Shutterfly. Watch what you do on there when you're ordering like holiday cards or pictures or whatever, because they have so many coupon codes out there, and you just have to like plug them in and look at your price and see how. Because sometimes it'll be cheaper for you to pay the ridiculous shipping because you'll get like a bigger discount on what you're ordering.
So it's on AdamandEve.com. I was ordering my anal beads.
Okay.
And I buy in bulk. And Preston, I used my code.
Yep.
And someone else had used it.
No.
Yeah.
Man.
B. Weston. No.
Kat, do you use Rakuten?
What a deal.
Do you use Rakuten?
What's that? No.
Okay, so I didn't know about Rakuten either, but apparently if you shop through Rakuten, they'll find you the best deals, and then you can also make money back. Apparently,
It's like Honey. It's like a site that will find the coupons for you. It'll find the best deal. It'll track like the pricing, and those are good to use like for Cyber Monday because it'll show if the pricing on it is actually dropped or gone up.
Does it cost anything to be a part of that?
I've seen TV commercials for this. Now, my question is, somewhere along the line, is there a scam involved with this?
No.
At any
No, well,
you vetted it?
Here's the thing.
I use it all the time.
Do you?
They pay you. I actually used Rakuten one time over the weekend. I used it to buy something on Walmart.com, and then I've already accrued $2.48.
Yeah, like Steve, it'll give you points in dollars
Really?
to use other places. I haven't used my Honey dollars. I just really use it to find the discounts and find the coupon codes.
So you do what, Kathy?
I use Honey. It's
Yeah.
just what Casey's talking about. It's just a different site.
Right.
So same thing.
And you'll use that anytime you're going to buy something online.
Yeah, like it comes up. If you go to checkout, you can just click it. There's a little H, a little orange H in the corner. You click it, and it'll filter through all of the coupon codes, whatever deals are out there, to find you the best deal. And if you want, then you can update your cart to whatever they found for you. If it drops the price.
And I'm doing some sticky shopping with Honey.
Let me see if I
could
can
you
pull
use
it
it
up,
with
Preston.
Amazon, Kathy?
No, it doesn't
No,
work.
usually box stores.
I'm going to try to purchase something. I'm going to go to a site and see if I can pull it up so I can show you how it works.
But Steve, I did the same thing. So I had something that I knew I had to get. The link was sent to me at Walmart.
Right.
I also searched on Amazon. It was cheaper at Walmart. And then I went through Rakuten. I bought it through Rakuten. So not only did I get it cheaper at Walmart, but then also Rakuten is going to send me. I'm accruing money, so I got $2.48.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that. So what would you say that you saved, or at least will earn back in the long run, percentage-wise?
Well, okay, so it's funny you should ask percentage-wise, because this is why I went. I was told that the percentage was really great. It was 22% is what I was saving or getting back.
Rag 'em. Hang on, I got Brett wants to comment on both of these. Hi, Brett. Morning. What's up, buddy? Oh, did you say Uba?
Uba.
So I just wanted to comment on the whole Rakuten Honey thing. So on my browser, I have Rakuten, Honey, Capital One Shopping, Camelizer. They all track prices. They offer coupon codes. They offer cash back, and there's no scam whatsoever. And if somebody's like a Rakuten user and they refer someone else, you each get cash back for that. It's awesome. So between the cash back you get on a purchase plus referrals, it's fantastic. I've probably saved Black Friday, Cyber Monday easily over $100.
A lot of people are texting and saying how much they love using Rakuten. And Casey, some people are saying that over the last few years they've saved like $1,100. This person saved $310 since the beginning of this year. So
that's awesome.
Rakuten's getting a lot of endorsement from our listeners.
And so Honey, you would say, is every bit it's equal, Brett?
So Honey's a bit different. Honey was actually just purchased by PayPal, and they have a new feature now. If you check out on a purchase using PayPal, you rack up points that equal rewards. So I had made a bunch of purchases throughout the year, and then when I went to do some shopping over Black Friday, I had like $100 to use towards purchases.
Okay.
All of them in sync together, added to your browser. They all have browser extensions for Chrome and Firefox
and Safari.
And, Safari.
So the question here is then in this case, well, I forgot my question, but so you. Oh, now I remembered my question. You're dealing with separate businesses. It's not like you're going directly to like DSW or you're going to Guitar Center or whatever, and that's where you can use this. You couldn't use this through Amazon or a service like that, correct?
So Amazon is interesting. So when I open Amazon, Capital One Shopping and Honey will pop up and tell me if that's the best price or if I can get it cheaper elsewhere.
Oh, interesting.
If you're on a specific site, these things pop up. Like if I'm on Macy's.com, for instance, Rakuten might pop up saying 12% cash back, but Capital One Shopping might pop up and say 15% cash back. And I might have already had rewards on one or the other, so I can apply them to my purchase so I get cash back, but I can also apply like a coupon that I have through one of these organizations, and it makes everything a lot cheaper.
Hey, Brett,
it's fantastic.
Two quick questions. Several people have texted in saying that they get a check quarterly from Rakuten. Is that what your experience has been?
Correct. I just got a check for $100.
Okay, and then the second question is, a lot of people are also saying that if you're not paying for this, you are the product. So apparently with Rakuten and with Honey, they will sell your information, and you might get a skip up in phone calls, scam, emails, that kind of thing.
Nothing that I have noticed.
You haven't noticed any indiscriminate D pics arriving in your email?
Not on the regs.
All right, not on the regs. All right.
Apparently,
Yeah, I
they
haven't
release
seen
your data to them, and then they sell that your data elsewhere.
But I haven't seen that. Like I haven't gotten an
Well,
uptick.
it's because your data is being sold anyway, so I don't necessarily, it's
sold all over the
death by
place.
1,000 cuts, right?
Yep.
So which cut is this?
Yeah.
So I've been on.
Thanks, Brett.
You're welcome. Take care. Have a great day.
By the way, Kathy's over here on our side of the board with me and Casey.
How does
brought
she
her
smell, Kathy?
Laptop. Her nails look fabulous, though, because
Thank you so
I
much.
normally don't get to see these. Okay, so.
So I've been on Honey for years. So I did notice now that he says that, I did notice that there was a change to it.
Okay.
So anyway, but I wanted to show Preston how it
Yeah.
works. So I'm on Nordstrom, right? Found a
Right.
sweater, put it in my cart.
I'm coming over.
There's,
Oh, yeah,
there,
yeah.
I can bring it over to you too, Steve, so you can see. All right. So when I go to check out on Nordstrom, Steve's hogging both me and Preston. When I go to check out on Nordstrom's website, there's a little H pops up in the corner of the screen.
So it's like a little widget.
And I can click that.
Yeah.
Okay, so here it'll give me the price trend over time. It'll tell me if it's dropped before. You can even set alerts that if this sweater drops in price again, that it would alert me. Now, there's also a feature
Where's Rakuten?
where it would enter the coupon codes and stuff like that. So if this was Nordstrom doesn't really use coupon codes, but for a site that does, like DSW, Steve, it'll enter all of the codes for you. It'll filter through all of them to find the best price for you.
So this has probably been more of a boon to the standalone businesses, right? So, right? I mean, that makes more sense because, you have more of an incentive to not just default to Amazon or Walmart.
Wait a minute. Now they're asking for Nick to come on this side of the board, too.
All right.
So we have everybody over here. So
All right,
why don't
let's
Steve,
all-
come back over here.
come on.
And then Marissa, I think this is probably for our YouTube.
All right, everybody.
Our YouTube viewers.
Won't you come home, Bill Bailey?
Marissa,
Won't you come home?
Marissa, you got to come in here, too.
I'll take the family
Marissa's taking the photo. So this is
Has this
first time ever in all these years.
Wow.
We're on this side of the
So
board.
show us Rakuten.
Yeah.
Show us Rat Ball.
Guys, run the radio.
Show us honey.
Yeah.
Everybody say honey. 1, 2, 3. Honey.
Have we ever all been on the same side of the board while on the air? Never.
No, never. It's the first time ever. All right.
I think that is actually that is a gem, especially for Cyber Monday, Kathy.
Well, and I like that it'll track the item too. So if you looked at something, you're like, I'm not going to purchase it for that price. It'll track it for when it drops, and then you're like, hey, I'm going to grab that sweater now. It's only $40.
I'm on Rakuten.com, and I have to create an account, obviously, and then it says add to Safari, which is just one click. But I assume you benefit by you have to create an account, yes?
Yeah. I mean,
And so
I did
it'll-
for Honey. I'm going to try Rakuten now too. That
So
everybody's
it'll add to your browser.
Yeah,
And
and
that pops up when you're shopping. Interesting.
Mother.
exactly.
I might even try.
Mother humper.
You know me. I don't look at any of the codes or none of that crap.
No. Kathy told me about Honey like 2 or 3 years ago, and Kath, the same exact thing as you. I had the little H up in the corner here.
I thought she was calling me honey.
Well, Steve, I dismissed that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not what's going on.
Inappropriate.
All right, so Kath, help me out here with this Rakuten because I went to look for my cologne.
Right.
And so I clicked on that. Now it took me to another thing where it says
that smells.
No. Like, do I now have to type in this other redeem code to get? Do you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm not on Rakuten. I don't know how it works. With Honey, it automatically puts it into the cart for you. It'll put that coupon code. But try copying and pasting it in your cart case and see if the coupon code works.
Okay.
So, Nick, and pretty much the majority of feedback positive about these?
Yeah, as long as you don't mind your information being out there. And Casey, you're absolutely right.
No, I'm a whore.
Well, Casey's right. It's already out there anyway. But if you've taken steps over the last few years to try to eliminate the amount of information about you, that the other vendors are going to use against you or use to market to you, this is not a good step in that direction.
Okay, Kathy, I went to honey.com and it's nature's finest honey reserves. So that can't be it, right?
I guess not.
All right.
I just recently went through my email account and started to unsubscribe from
same.
all the places that are just dumping me with everything.
Have you
And
found it to be effective?
Some of them work and some of them don't.
Yeah.
Some of them I received. Some of them I can't even find. There's one. I forgot which one. It's one of the flower places that I've ordered. I don't know if it was 1-800-Flowers or whatever, but
You can't unsubscribe?
For years I've been trying to unsubscribe to where eventually I was sending emails that was saying, "You stupid mother effers." Like it came to that.
Yeah.
How dumb are you? I've been trying. Do you realize now, not only will I not use your product, I'm going to tell other people to not use it as well? That's how fed up I am with this, and still they keep me on their list.
Was it because the unsubscribe link was not there, or you kept clicking it and you kept getting the emails?
I kept getting them.
What happens a lot of time is that when you engage on that level, then you get inundated with other services coming after you because they see you as an active person.
Yep. Hang on a second.
Steve, it's joinhoney.com.
There we go. Thank you.
Joinhoney.com. Hang on a second here. We have a number of people. We're running out of time here, unfortunately.
We're saving people money.
Kim works with Rakuten. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, it says here you work with them. You work for them, Rakuten?
Yeah, so what you're basically describing is called affiliate marketing.
Okay.
I've been in the business for about 10 years now, and it's starting to become a little bit more popular. People shopping a little bit more savvy online. For Rakuten, you can add the browser extension, like Kathy said. For Honey, you could do the same thing. But there are numerous cashback and coupon code websites out there that you're able to either price track, so you can see if a price drops, or you can wait until there's a higher amount of cashback. They have cashback events, so you can shop on days like Cyber Monday or Black Friday or throughout the year and wait until you those cashback events to get the biggest cashback check in the mail, or you can get it directly deposited. Same thing like they were saying with PayPal and Honey.
Kim, how do you guys make money? Where does that come from?
So I work for a digital marketing agency. So we do not only affiliate marketing, but search, social, SEM, all of that. So brands will come to us and ask us to run their affiliate marketing program.
Okay.
So let's say you have like a shoe brand that is really famous and wants to have someone run their marketing or wants someone to run their affiliate marketing program. They would come to us and we would be the ones that run it for them and populate them on those websites.
I don't understand all of it. I know.
So when you go to Rakuten and you are finding certain brands that you like, we're the ones that get those brands on those websites.
All right, so you
make them a priority.
Yeah, you help massage them into positions of higher exposure, correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So short, I get brands exposure on the internet.
So how would someone who's, let's say, a business that really wanted to place higher in a Rakuten or Honey search or comparison, how would they work that? Is there a way for them to manipulate that?
Yes. So basically, you would have to pay for additional exposure. It gets pretty pricey. Just to be in one of like their newsletters on Cyber Monday or Black Friday can be thousands and thousands of dollars. You can also pay additional money for it to be a solo newsletter, which basically means that you are in someone's inbox without any other competition featured in the same newsletter.
All right.
You can also do it that way. You can get homepage placements, which are a little bit more pricey. There are certain companies that aren't allowed to discount more than other brands. So if you are like shoes.com or something, I just made that up, but you carry Nike, you won't be able to discount deeper than the Nike website. So there's like what they call map pricing. So you just have to check around and like Kathy said, use Honey. But a lot of these brands are paying for additional exposure or prime placements on these websites.
Okay, so what about like a standalone, business, like a let's take Maniac, like the record store in Maniac. What if they wanted to place on this or pop up as a potential option? Do they even have a shot?
There's right now. Sorry, if my alarm went off. You can hear that.
Yeah.
So basically, if you are trying to join what's called an affiliate network, which is Rakuten owns one of the most popular networks. They also own Rakuten.com. There's one called CJ. For these brands, they basically have to join an affiliate network, and those affiliate networks might have a minimum threshold for those partners to join. So that record store would have to bring in X amount of dollars per year in order to even be brought into the network, which is where they track the information to get on these sites.
It's a lot. Ultimately, though, it sounds like people are generating, money by selling. By using these services, or at least saving money. On the whole, is that a fair statement?
Yeah, and these websites that are posting these brands, what they do is earn a percentage of commission for each of the sales.
All right.
So the get featured, they get a conversion and an order placed for their product. And then these websites are also earning a commission for promoting their products to their audience. So Capital One has a massive following and audience, so they can feature these brands and earn a high percentage of commission on all of the conversions that come through there. Most of it is done by last click attribution. So if you were to go on Honey and search a code, but then click through Rakuten and shop through Rakuten, then Rakuten will get that commission, even if you use the code you found from Honey, because that was your last one.
My head is going to explode.
You lost me about 5 minutes ago, but I appreciate it, Kim. Thank you so much.
Rag 'em.
And
Shopping and you're not getting cash back or using a coupon code, you're not shopping well.
Okay, so good. So that seems to
Thank
make
you.
sense.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to bat this around a little bit just to see how it works.
You know, what she mentioned, though, with the making sure that these searches get to the top of the line order, that's why, do you ever go searching for stuff and you just find the same crap over and over and over and over again, and you...
That's why.
I get tired of digging deep trying to find what I'm really looking for and eventually cave and get something that is almost what, you know what I mean?
It's all deliberate. I mean,
I know
the
it's
same
deliberate.
reason when you go to an Acme and certain things are on the shelf at certain heights, and there's a reason why generics are at the bottom, and like all of it is very, very deliberate. And Google search is no different.
Yeah.
When you Google search something, your top 3 or 4 things placed there are placed there because they purchased that spot.
Yeah. I always scroll down below where it stops saying ad. And then I'll start looking from there. And even then, those have a priority.
Just before it gets into I think you were talking about porn.
Right.
That's where you're going to find the ones that are, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever see any stories about vendors going to like Walmart's headquarters in Arkansas and trying to figure out where they can get placed on the shelves, if at all?
That is an industry unto itself.
Yeah, it's called Bentonville, Arkansas. And if a vendor gets there and they get their product on the shelves at Walmart, essentially, they've written a check to retirement because they can sell something for a long period of time at the biggest vendor in the world. Yeah. But in order to get there, they got to jump through so many hoops and have a product that is worth selling. It's a fascinating process.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, that's a tip for you on Cyber Monday.
How about that? Accidental.
Thank you, Kathy, for the
Rakuten Honey and Rackball.
Casey brought in Rackball for us.
Rag 'em. Rackball. Rag 'em.
That's all that we have time to notice for now because we have some guests coming up here shortly. But thank you. Your noticing has been noted. And
You're noticing.
We'll come back in just a moment or two. Eddie Alvarez is going to be here, and we'll see what else we can get into. So why did that stop? Everything's acting weird, man. All right, we'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us. Opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really?
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix
Really?
instead of
You see, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created, and it was I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have fun with that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Billy.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid, they're easier to package, you can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't
Chips
have
Ahoy.
that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a
off.
piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time.
Absolutely.
You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was saying the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
alone.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No,
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even
no,
know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. A man man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, I've seen No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina not quite to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing. Vagina falling to the ground.
They had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place. And
there we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't even. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I can't. I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Wouldn't it be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects?
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site.
And the vagina's not quite to the morning mast. Oh my God, it exploded. It's burning. It's crashing, falling to the ground, falling. People jumping out. They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground.
How big is this?
This is the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah. And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh. Oh, my
God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh, my God, it burst into flames. Huge vagina on fire. Maliciously falling, crawling, crashing to the ground. People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair. Somebody is jumping. Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as the mat as people jump down. They're falling onto the mat.
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is slipping as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire.
Oh, my God. All right, so Colby Watson says that he purchased the 10.5 ounce vagina candle online in January. He claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. Then the first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's an old joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like it's you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with.
Right, and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
I'm Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
If anybody,
if you order right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
If anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call, 215-263-WMMR, because...
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling
Is this it?
No, that's not it.
No.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little...
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve, it looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it. I've seen a lot of...
Why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me? What's that all about?
Well, it's like when your mail from the local like funeral parlors and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're.
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it?
It's not to get engaged.
Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class II erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where. It's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it. Yeah.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective, no pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it? All right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or?
That's what I don't know.
No.
It's $298. There's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith.
Yeah.
To the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
Yeah. That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have clappers, man. Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No? What do you mean no?
I've never been to the Jersey. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
it
you.
Has to be.
Yeah. That people have sworn up and down that Chad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now, don't
yeah.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude, some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So, yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for Memorial Day weekend. So, in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year. Because
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Cass. 2 people in our studio as we speak. The Bare Knuckle Boxing Championships are taking place this Saturday, and a friend of ours is in the main event.
How about that?
We're happy to welcome the Underground King, Eddie Alvarez. Back to the studio. What's up, Eddie?
What is up, fellas? Long time.
Nice to see you back. And not only Eddie here with us this morning, but we have the founder and president of Bare Knuckle of Bare Knuckle Boxing, Dave Felman is here. How you doing, man?
All right.
Excellent. Well, first of all, congratulations, man. The main event, the championship. I mean, we never had a doubt, of course.
Yeah.
But you're on the way. It's this weekend?
It's this week. Yep, coming up Saturday. Wow. It's going to be in Salt Lake City, Utah. December 2nd, baby.
So saying before you guys came on, there's been a lot of buzz. I've just seen peripherally a lot of buzz over bare knuckle boxing, and it's one of these moments where it starts to catch a little bit of steam. And how long technically in this current iteration has it been around?
Well, I've been attempting to get it legal since 2009, actually.
Okay.
Got it first legal June 2nd, 2018 in Wyoming. And then since then, we've done 75 subsequent events in 4 different countries around the world. Next year, we're going to do 9 countries and 28 states. So it took us a long time to get there. But once we got there, it started falling down like dominoes. The other regulators started seeing what we were doing and, accepted it.
Okay. All right. So for those, the uninitiated, for people who don't know, what are the rules of bare knuckle boxing?
So bare knuckle fighting championship it's what it is. It's bare knuckle fighting, right? You fight with no gloves on. It's basically boxing with no gloves on. Now you can clinch. You can do a Muay Thai clinch, grab the back of the guy's head and punch. And if you're clinching inside, you can punch with your open hand.
All right. So
no
Muay Thai.
kicks.
You can't use your thumb to grab around the neck. It's just
No.
you got to kind of have your hand closed like that. Okay.
Yeah. No kicks, no elbows, no submissions, nothing like that. It's just really straight up bare knuckle boxing.
All right, so Eddie, taking away all that other stuff you had done in the MMA world, the submissions and kicking and all that stuff. Why this? I mean, why is it? Is it a more challenging way to fight, or just a different mindset?
Well, this is Philadelphia. I was born and raised in Kensington. Actually, I have my Kensington Ramblers shirt on today. I grew up where Rocky was filmed. Boxing gyms on every corner. So I would say before I wrestled for North Catholic, I boxed at Front Street Boxing Gym in Kensington. So that was a sort of a foundation of mine, and I always loved training boxing more than jiu-jitsu, more than wrestling. My love for boxing goes as far back as being 8 years old on the streets of Kensington. So when Dave presented this with me, I thought long and hard about it. Initially, like everyone, I thought, oh man, that might be a little too rough. But when I got deeper into thought about it and actually trained for it, it made sense. It made sense for me.
All right. Well, how much of this? One of the first things? Well, the first thing you think about is getting hit with a bare fist. Has got to be pretty brutal. But you also got to protect your hands while you're in there too. So how much of that goes into play as to not breaking a knuckle, or you know what I mean? Or
yeah. So aesthetically, you're gonna get cut. You're gonna get cut faster in a bare knuckle fight. The bare knuckle fights are probably, on average, gonna end within the first 4 minutes. Right.
4 minutes.
So yeah, so when you think about war, would you rather be in a war that's going to, last 5 years or last a couple months? So,
right.
The average time of the fights go down, which is a lot safer for the fighters. But also, you're not getting kneed, which is the worst shot anyone could ever take in a fight is a knee.
Okay.
You're not getting elbowed. You're not getting kicked in the head. And then when you get hit with a bare fist, there is a potential of your opponent getting hurt and damaged to a degree. And that goes down a lot in MMA, because if you have a really good wrap guy who wraps your hands, they damn near cast your hands.
Okay.
And then they throw 4 ounces of leather over that cast. And when you get hit, the damage you sustain there is I would much rather take a bare fist that has the potential to break than one that doesn't.
That's what I was curious about. Is there a difference? And is there, are you holding back a little bit from that punch, or maybe the mechanics of that are causing less damage? But you said cutting. Now I have a question about that, because obviously in boxing, TKOs with too much blood and cuts, same thing in bare knuckle, or not?
Yeah, absolutely. But the referees and the doctors know that the fighters are going to get cut, so they let it happen a little bit, right? But if it's inhibiting the vision, or it's making the guy not perform, they're going to stop.
Okay.
In bare knuckle fighting, we do have a rule that if the fighter is cut and it's inhibiting his vision, like I said, he'll call a timeout and it'll give the guys 30 seconds to work on it to see if he can continue or not.
So bare knuckle boxing has been around for years and years and years. I remember, the actual. Not this iteration,
but
but
sanctioned sport.
In the 20s and 30s, I remember there was a movie Charles Bronson was in about Hard Times, about the bare knuckle fighting phenomenon. It was big back then in the 20s, 1920s, early part of the century. And then it kind of obviously went away. I'm fascinated with the concept, Eddie, that in a way, being more exposed is likely to be a little, and correct me if I'm misstating this, your odds of getting more damaged are actually in a regular MMA fight because of the padding and the longer run of it and the knees and all that stuff. This is decided much quicker and much more definitively, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And the damage you take in MMA with wrestling and kicks, it's a lot structural. You'll be out, you tear an ACL, you're out a year.
Yeah.
You take a brain injury, you're out a year and a half. And these are things that they damn near happen every day in MMA and wrestling, and knees to the head and kicks to the head. Happens often, and often happens in training. I'm not worried about the fight itself so much, but the training to prepare yourself for an MMA fight, it's a lot. It's a lot on the body. And this is, I know people looking from the outside is, they look at the cuts and look aesthetically, but structurally, I mean, this is a lot less damage you're going to take, and you're going to be able to recover a lot faster. It's fighter friendly and it's fan friendly. So like I enjoy the training a lot more. It's a lot less exhausting, and I'm able to recover a lot faster.
So, Dave, I want to ask about just building this business. You said you were, fighting to get it legal, first of all. So, all right, so you jump through all those hoops and you go through all those hurdles, and now you need to get an audience. So how has that been for you over the last decade plus?
It started off really, really fast, and it's continuing to grow. I mean, we are considered right now the fastest growing combat sports promotion in the entire world. We sell more tickets than really anybody except for the UFC right now. We sell more tickets. We have more views. We have more average views on YouTube than the UFC does. Our viewership is really gone through the roof. So I think we started out with more like a cult following, and then when we started catching on mainstream-wise, that's when the viewership and everything just started really going wide for us.
So what venue are you guys going to be in on Saturday?
We're going to be at the Maverick Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. It's a 11,000-seat venue. We should sell out. We're on pace to sell out. So, it's going to be a great night.
So live streaming, you're live streaming the event, obviously, right?
Yes, it's going to be on pay-per-view television and live streamed. It's going to be on all your cable and satellite providers. It's also going to be on Fight TV, FITE TV, and that's where a lot of the fights happen digitally now. But you can get all the information at bkfc.com. That has all your viewership information.
BKFC. So because you have, because these fights tend to run quicker, Eddie, as you were saying, and Dave, does that mean you have a more robust undercard? Are there more fights per event?
Oh yeah. Like the minute you come to a bare knuckle event, it's unlike the UFC, Bellator, and these other promotions, because there's no snoozers. You're never looking in the ring and going, you know what, I'm gonna go grab a drink, or this one's gonna be a ground fight and this one's gonna be a wrestling heavy fight, and I don't want to deal with that. Every single fight, whether you know the guy, whether you know his background story or not, is incredibly exciting. Like I've been to events myself, and like I'm just being completely unbiased. This is the most exciting sport to watch as a spectator. And like when my fight against Chad about 6 months ago, we were entertaining the best fighters in the world. Conor McGregor's watching, Kamaru Usman's watching, Justin Gaethje's coaches. The best fighters in the world, where do they go to be entertained? They go to bare knuckle.
It's pretty wild. I think so. How do you fight the the people just think this is like a meat grinder, and because it sounds like there is a science, as obviously the boxing is a thinking person's sport, despite what a lot of people think. But I think a lot of people might be reticent to go to this because it's like, oh man, it's gonna be just a mayhem. That could also draw people. But what do you say to the people who are fans of boxing and MMA, which might seem kind of weird, but are holding off on this because, it's going to be too gruesome?
I mean, the hardest thing to do to get this thing rolling was change people's perception.
Right.
And to change people's perception is educating them on what it is. When they watch it, they love it. There's nobody that's a combat sports fan that watches this that doesn't absolutely love it. It's the people that never watched it say, I'm not sure if I want to watch that. And then once they watch it, they love it. So it's really just educating them on the style of fighting, as Eddie was mentioning, the amount of injuries we have. We have less concussive and subconcussive injuries. We have less facial fractures. And despite what you may think, we have less hand breaks than boxing or MMA.
So that's a complete 180 from what I would have thought. I mean, because I was telling these guys earlier this morning that I'd seen a reel, and it was obviously it was of the more the bloody, the stuff that's if it bleeds, it leads. But and then I was doing a bit of reading and research, and as you're saying, there are those elements where the injuries are actually less on many levels. So the perception also that if you have some big hammy ass hands, you're going to dominate this sport. Does that hold any water? I mean, to the guy with the gargantuan hands who can just make quick work of you, is that going to be an issue?
No, because he still has to land with them.
Still has to land.
So like for me, it's about speed and timing. Like the boxers are starting to work their way in. High level boxers, and you can see the difference between the guys who are low level strikers versus the high level boxers who are transitioning and being able to come over to bare knuckle and make a smooth transition over to here. So like it's the perfect level of boxing skill and toughness and grit. And the best thing is the most skillful guy in boxing usually wins. But here in bare knuckle, you are going to 100% get cut and take damage. And a lot of them guys, you see the skillful guys, they don't know how to deal with that. So you need the perfect balance between being skilled and having that grit and toughness to be able to get through adversity, because it will 100% happen in this sport no matter how skilled you are.
I was wondering if from a strategy point, if there was any difference between bare knuckle and boxing, that one and traditional boxing that one might take as a fighter, or is it pretty much straight ahead? I mean, I was thinking about, the fact that you don't have that excess weight on your hands, that the target is now smaller, or not the target, but the weapon is now smaller.
Yes.
Are things like that considered?
100%.
Okay.
And, if you look at European style boxing, they bounce on their feet. They're in and out. It's kind of like fencing.
Yeah.
And for me, they're the best bare knuckle boxers right now. If you go back and watch them, even in Ireland, there's a great documentary, and it's the Joyces versus the Donahues. It's like an old school bare knuckle documentary. It's phenomenal. But these guys kind of originated. They're the original gypsies. But like that bouncing fencing style where you steal shots and then you don't get hit.
Right.
It's called like swim and don't get wet.
Yeah.
That's how you want to bare knuckle. You don't want to sit down, catch punches, because any small shot can get through and catch you.
Are you looking to, and it depends on who's fighting, but to throw a lot of jabs, get a lot of points, something like that?
Yeah, it's like you don't want to sit down on a lot of shots and try to. It's not really about power. It's about placement.
Okay.
So if I go out with a guy who's playing golf, and you have that one athlete who's trying to bury the ball, but it always shanks, clear into the water or in the woods. And then you have the old man come up and just doop, and he knocks it, 270 perfectly straight. That's bare knuckle. You have to have great placement. You have to relax and sit down your punches. But it's a lot. There's a lot of skill and a lot of small things involved that make you become good at it.
Dave, what are the ratio of TKOs to knockouts?
We're a little bit more than 50-50 on knockouts than decisions. I think we're like 52% knockouts. And when we say knockouts, we're not talking just knockouts. We're talking fights or stopped from cuts.
Okay.
So we're probably about, of that 52%, we're about 90% of them are stopped from cuts and 10% of them are knockouts.
Huh. All right. So let's talk about your matchup, Eddie. So you're taking on Mike Perry.
Let's talk about it.
Your record's 1-0, his is 3-0. That's what I read. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so he's been in the league a little bit longer?
Yeah, Mike entered the league a few years back. He's fought Julian Lane, who's a veteran, did well against him, had a hard-fought battle against him. Michael Venom Page, another Bellator standout. And then he just recently beat a world champion, Luke Rockhold, at I think it was at 185, something like that. So Mike's been tearing it up, and I told Dave from the beginning that I wanted Mike Perry. I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. And Mike's got the juice. He's got the attention. And there can only be one most violent mother
effort
in the world. And I have to be him. I've challenged the toughest guy in the UFC. And at the time, it was Justin Gaethje. And I won that title of being the most violent man. I wanted to do it again here in bare knuckle. Take on the most violent guy in this game right now, in Mike Perry.
What's Perry's background? Is he MMA as well, or it's okay? So I wasn't sure if he was straight up boxing or what. So
no, he crossed over from MMA.
Okay, I don't know all the names in the realm. So
he's a UFC veteran.
Is that the biggest crossover? Are you getting most of your new athletes coming over from MMA or boxing?
Most of them are coming from MMA. We just did the two most popular and best Muay Thai fighters ever in history, Bukal versus Sanchai. We did that fight. So we're getting them to cross over really from everywhere. It started with MMA, now it's going everywhere. And just to add on to what Eddie said about being violence, we actually tagged this fight the King of Violence. So we have a championship belt for the
we
King
got the
of
belt
Violence.
in here.
This is the King of Violence championship.
King of Violence.
Eddie Alvarez versus Mike Perry. It's going to be one of the most violent fights that you're going to see.
How can you not want
You don't
that?
want to miss this.
Right?
Quick question. What's the longest a bare knuckle match has gone, round-wise?
So with us is what we do is they're all 5 2-minute rounds.
All right.
And then if it's a draw, we'll go one extra round. So
Okay.
we'll go 6
So
rounds.
it's
So that's
locked.
the most. 12
All
minutes.
right.
12 minutes is the most. We won't ever go longer than that. Back in the day, the misconception is that they went 100 rounds, 120 rounds, but they really had a circle, and if you went outside of that circle, that was a round.
Oh,
So
okay.
it wasn't like a time limit round.
All right.
So the most we ever did was 12 minutes, and that was just unbelievable excitement.
Okay.
Wow.
And 12 minutes, honestly, like just speaking firsthand, that you're not going to be able to go much more than that because usually by round 2 or 3, your hands look like marshmallows. Like,
Yeah.
they get pretty swelled up pretty quick. And I can't imagine when you get into deeper rounds, nobody's going to want to see that. And your hands really can't work.
So you must like use Aleve or something, right?
Yeah. Eddie, I got some Eucerin for eczema relief if you need any.
Are we sponsored by Aleve here? What was that a product placement? What's going on here?
Eddie, do you ever get winded? Do you ever get worn out from like just running around the ring? Like, what wears you down? What wears you out the most?
I do my best not to. Dan Gable had a great strategy in the training room. It was always his goal was always to pass out and not be able to make it off the mat in the training room. And that was his goal. He knew the byproduct of that would be, no one in the world would be able to hang with him. They would wilt right in front of him. And I often get that with my opponents. So like I fight guys who are much more skilled than I am, who better Muay Thai, better boxing, better, and I simply outwill a lot of my opponents who are more skilled and have a lot more experience than me. I've done it throughout my whole career. So like certain guys will be, I'm underrated because of my skill.
Yeah.
But I don't think people understand when they get in there with me, then they feel it's kind of like, hey, let's go on a little run. But I'm running at I'm running a 5-minute mile when you can only run a 7. Sooner or later, you just quit.
Right.
And that's my style of fighting. I don't really rely on my skill and experience. I rely on
endurance.
Just outwilling people.
Yeah.
When you get a break in between rounds, is there anything you do to slow that heart rate down, to recoup, or you just kind of in?
Yeah, so my coach never allows me a minute break ever. So like during my camp, I'll never be allowed a minute break. We go half. We're 30-second recovery always, and usually we'll do a round. We'll start off our rounds 2.5 minutes, 3-minute rounds, and then by the time we get to fight night, that's when he gives me my minute. If he could give me 30 seconds fight night, he probably would. Mark Henry, he pushes me, him, Ray Robinson, and the guys there, they push me like hell. But yeah, my first minute break I'll ever get will be the night of the fight.
No kidding. Okay.
It literally feels way too long. I'm having full conversations with them about stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, not about fighting sometimes because it's just waiting too long.
Seems like forever.
Let me ask a quick question here because Conor McGregor was mentioned, and I mean, was there ever a shot that he might be in? I mean, you have some of these luminaries in the whether it be MMA or boxing, who has voiced an interest in
Everybody.
Every
single person.
Has Conor McGregor himself?
He did. He did. He absolutely did. He went on social media saying that, he thinks this is a great game and this would be a perfect fit for him. He loved it. He came out to see Eddie fight Chad Mendez, and he was in the crowd, and he got jumped in the ring, and he challenged the guy that Eddie's actually fighting, Mike Perry. So, yeah, I mean, really, literally every single MMA guy that is not just a complete jiu-jitsu practitioner is interested in this.
Bare knuckle fighting is based out of Philadelphia, right?
Yes.
I mean, so are you farming people in this area? And,
yeah, just now we just had some really good conversations with the athletic commission. I was just telling Eddie out there, I said, get through this fight, and I think we're going to be here in probably May, maybe at the Wells Fargo Center. Do something big down here in Philly for our debut.
That's pretty.
Do you know somebody named Travis Thompson?
We do.
He's on the phone right now.
Travis, yeah, he.
Do you want me to bring him on, or
you can bring him on? He fought. He fought in my first fight.
What's going on, you guys?
Hey, Travis, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well.
Nice. All right.
Great to hear you guys.
Yeah, no kidding. So, David was just saying you were one of the first guys on board.
Yep, I was on number 1. I've done 10 so far, and you guys were saying the 6th round. My last fight was a 6-rounder.
6-rounder. Okay.
Yes, sir.
His fight was a draw and went an extra 6th round, and a lot of people thought he got robbed.
I don't agree that it was a draw. Come on.
I'm not the judge.
Travis, what do you enjoy about the sport?
I love the sport. I just love it because the Feldmans are involved with it. So I've started boxing with Marty Feldman. I've been a part of or with the Felmans for my entire professional career. So when Dave told me he got it approved, I was on the first card. I did the first card. I did the first international card. I just love it. I love the fact that, so in boxing, people could get away from me. I'm a very heavy-handed hitter.
Yeah.
So I love bare knuckle because I can actually clench you. And when I clench you, you're not getting away from me. I'm a little guy, but in my weight class, I'm a big guy. So when I hit you, you're going down, you're not getting up.
What do you think about the notion that Eddie brought up, like someone who kind of employs a fencing strategy can do very well in this sport?
Yeah, I was listening to that, and that sounds great. But the problem is, you're not fencing against me.
Okay.
No, but he's right. He's absolutely right, because if you place your punches, you get in and out. Yeah, you'll do great. My plan is just to get to you. If I get to you, I'm holding you. And when I hold you, you're gonna hit. You're gonna get hit, and you're gonna feel it. And you're not gonna like it.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
You gotta love the confidence these guys have.
Yeah.
All of you guys
think
are the
I
toughest
can.
person in the
Yeah,
world.
look,
don't know,
Travis will fight
my name
anybody
is the
anytime.
animal.
He really will.
Yeah.
He'll fight
You are the
anybody.
animal, right?
I'm the animal. And what do I think out of my 10 fights, I think I've had like 8 bonuses. So, I mean, every time I show up, it's either fight of the night or knockout of the night. There's always something.
Nice. You gonna be watching Saturday?
Absolutely.
Excellent. All right.
Where are you from, by the way, Travis?
I'm from Potts Grove.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Pottstown.
Yeah.
So,
Potts Grove.
Who lives in Collegeville? Or
I live in Harleysville, so I'm kind of out your way.
Okay, that one golf course there.
Yeah.
Right.
You want to fight him on the 11th tee?
Let's fight.
No, I tell you what, he's looking for a caddy who can kill people. Which
I got it. I used to caddy when I was a kid.
he can caddy, and Preston, you could actually, you wouldn't even have to yell 4.
I would love this. Yeah. Just have Travis come over and
Go to
punch
hell,
him.
yeah.
Somebody, don't hit it near me at all. Travis will kill you.
Can you imagine if like the foursome in front of you is a little slow and you're like, hey, I got Travis.
Just send the animal in. All right,
love it, Travis.
Travis, thanks for checking in, man. We appreciate
Thanks for
it.
having me on. Appreciate it.
You got it,
Take care,
Travis
guys.
Thompson, the animal. There he is, right there. Oh, it sounds like you guys, it's you got people who love doing what they do.
They do.
You know?
We treat. I think the real reason why we're really growing amongst the fighters is we treat them like human beings.
Yeah.
They're not numbers to us, and they became numbers to us at a point. And I let my guys go that were treating them like numbers, and I let them know you'll never be treated like numbers again. And they talk to other people. Look, fighters talk, right, Ed?
Yep.
And they say how good they're treated, and they just want to come fight for us.
All right.
Very enthusiastic, man. It does sound. I mean, it definitely has changed my perceptions of what this was. It sounds very intriguing.
Eddie, when are you heading out for the fight?
I'm heading out tomorrow. I may do a light spar today. I'm feeling good. And it'll help me like kind of ease up on the plane. So like, I'm gonna head out tomorrow night to Salt Lake City. I'm actually on edge right now. My boys have wrestle offs for Council Rock South today.
Oh,
so like,
today?
You know, big day for at the Alvarez household. Both my boys are wrestling off today to try to get their spot.
Send the
at
animal over to
varsity
check in on him.
yeah. So good luck to my boys for sure.
Well, good luck to you, man. So the championship fight is on Saturday, and it's BKFC 56. And what's the best way to watch it again, Dave?
Go to bkfc.com. You can get all your viewing information. It's on pay-per-view, so it's on every cable and satellite provider in the United States and Canada. But go to bkfc.com to get all your viewing information.
Excellent. Eddie, bring back another championship here to Philly, man.
Oh, yeah. I actually told Dave I got a spot on the shelf. Cleared it out. So.
Good.
I don't know if I should just take that belt home now because I don't have to carry it in my bag.
All right, well, good luck with everything, man. It's good to see you. Eddie Alvarez, guys, and Dave Felman, bare knuckle fighting. The championship is Saturday, 9 p.m., Salt Lake City. All the information available at bkfc.com. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. It's going to be flooding down that way, but it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
Beginning of summer. And what a summer to start beginning, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're also dealing with the fact that restrictions are getting relaxed, and people are, as the vaccinations are going out and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how is this? How long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music, but a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me, and it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise or solo or do whatever you want on the drums, and we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower and faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, you know, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously, you know, it's a audio experience, but to try to get that, you know, translate that onto a flat surface is you know, something I was interested in. So so I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and you know, I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, you know, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, you know, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild. We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
You know, like a drum circle, a paint circle, or an art circle, or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually, because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but. Just to you know, get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that. And he was very positive about it. So, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think, you know, as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think, and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really, you have to be okay. You know, you have to love it. And you know, you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic. Yeah. And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place. And that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I don't I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want,
Right.
You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or are they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. And people don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And I mean, if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it. I want it. But for most things, it's like, you know, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So,
yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
the GIMP, did they keep you in the club?
That's right. Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist, and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
Hey, you guys are talking about you.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Let's say to Dashiell. Hey! What's up,
dude? We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it.
That's cool.
Do you go to Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. I'm taking Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are
I'm just coming in? Actually, I'm doing there's a thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
And I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend, but I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away. He was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage him.
Oh my God, that was so funny. funny.
It's a rascal. This one. I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he's riding his bike, and he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old, plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Ah, nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard,
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of? Do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
Yeah, I mean. I feel you, brother.
93.3 WMMR.
So here's what I failed to mention all morning long, the fact that tomorrow is a very important day for all of us, because tomorrow it will be revealed what Kathy's holiday activities are this year. And I meant to be teasing that all morning long and totally missed it, but so did somebody else. So it's not that big a deal.
We all did.
Kathy
Sorry.
forgot to.
So it's beautiful. This is arguably the most important activities list of the year.
Yes.
This is the one that we have to clear with the White House.
And we have to wait and get permission back from that. So we're hoping to get that later on today.
But this is by far, this is the one you want. I mean, obviously your fall activity is amazing, but you seize, if you want to just envelop yourself in the holiday spirit, you've got to participate.
Well, I'm glad we're getting it out there early, because if you remember last year, I got laryngitis, couldn't talk.
Right.
And we didn't get the list out until like the second week in December.
right.
So I'm glad we're getting this out there early so people can take part in
Holiday activities.
Exactly.
So we will we'll reveal that tomorrow. We usually do it kind of early in the 8 o'clock hour. So that's when we'll get that for you.
Quick little poll to you guys. Christmas decorations, are they set up inside? Not the lights outside, but do you guys have your Christmas decorations up inside your house yet?
So I have my tree up, and I have my wreath my garland that's over the tree that's illuminated, and then that will take place this weekend.
We did it Thanksgiving Day. We started. It's kind of our tradition. So we've got a couple of days of not doing a whole lot. So we knocked it all out.
Nice. Okay. I don't have anything. No, just outside. Just got my lights up outside. Okay. But it doesn't feel Christmas until the trees are
inside,
up.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How about you guys, Nick and Kathy?
No, I was away for Thanksgiving, and I wanted to do stuff this weekend, and then I just yesterday was so crummy out that I didn't do a damn thing. So I think this week is supposed to be pretty nice all week, so I'm going to try and get some outside stuff set up this week, which will then allow. I like doing outside first and then inside.
All right, you, Kath?
Yeah, see, I wasn't away, but I was drunk all weekend, so I didn't have a chance to.
Sure. Where's my gun?
No, I'll do it this week, both inside and out.
I can't believe it. Old Ebenezer over here was the first one to get the Christmas
I know.
decorations up. How about that? That's very bizarre. Marissa, did you get your indoor?
No, we were sick. My husband had the flu all weekend. So we were just spent most of it on the couch. I know. It's still cute, right?
Yeah, I know.
We
it's
missed
so
our
weird.
first family Thanksgiving, our first family holiday.
Yeah.
It's okay. You have a story to
There'll
tell
be more.
about how you're both able to deprive each other of joy. No, it happens.
Wait, did you not go to take care of him, or because you thought maybe you had it too?
He was not diagnosed yet.
Oh.
So we didn't know whether it was COVID or the flu and didn't want to spread it
You
to
were being responsible.
our elderly
Either way,
family.
flu or no matter
Yes,
what.
exactly.
Or herpes.
Yeah.
You
don't
know.
spread that
Yeah,
around.
if you share a drumstick.
But yesterday was 5 days, so I went to the Eagles game.
Okay.
While he was at home.
Priorities. Yes. All right.
Priorities.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm not making fun of you.
Yes.
Wow.
Ah.
Okay.
Jesus.
We're going to do the bizarre file now. Yes.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Valley Forge and Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Plan your holiday shopping trip to one of Monco's shopping destinations, including the King of Prussia Mall. Visit valleyforge.org for more information. Here is a story out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania. This is somewhat of a follow-up. In September, 8,000 minks were released from Stall Fur Farm by presumed animal activists. And since then, area officials and locals have worked to capture the minks to give them back to the owners of the fur farm. Still, months later, though, an unknown number of minks are on the loose in Sunbury. Take, for example, Jer Krebs, or maybe it's Jer, J-E-R. Jer Krebs was out Friday when he spotted a brown mink eating a plastic Ziploc bag. He said, I saw this adorable little guy who looked like a ferret eating a plastic baggie because there was food in there. No, there were food remains on it. Kreb, an animal lover, tried to do what he thought was best for the animal. I was like, this little guy can't be eating that, so that's going to hurt him.
So I shot him.
No. He said, you hear all the time how wild animals shouldn't be eating plastic, so I tried to get the plastic bag away from him. And when Krebs approached the mink to try and retrieve the plastic bag, he immediately regretted his decision. He said, so this adorable little guy who kind of looks like a chubby ferret turns around and screams at me. He said it was the S of nightmare fuel. This thing sounded like a large cat. He said he started lunging at me, looking like, give me the bag back. I want to eat my effing bag. I tried not to kick him, but kick at him to let him know that I'm bigger than you. And I have a neurological disease that gives me weak ankles and weak wrists. So I rolled my ankle because I have weak ankles, and I fell and I broke my wrist.
You don't want to go to the ground with the mink.
He said, I know they told us to stay away from them. They're mean. They don't want to be approached by humans. But at the same time, I was like, it's a plastic bag. He shouldn't be eating that.
He was trying to do the right thing.
And then he says, well, I effed around and I found out.
Wow, that's great.
Poor guy.
I fell over and broke my wrist like a little kid. He went back to his bag, and I called my girl, and I said, come get me. My wrist is broken. Krebs has a word of advice for people in Sunbury, and it is, leave them alone.
Touch my bag again, I'll kill you.
Krebs had surgery this past Monday and will have a cast anywhere from 10 to 16 weeks, depending on how it heals. In September, the Sunbury Animal Hospital warned the public not to approach the minks.
I didn't realize they were that cantankerous.
No.
They are adorable.
Yeah.
But how many are still on the run?
Don't know. There were 8,000 that were let out, so there's a few of them.
Daddy, I've been meaning to ask you, are you a minx?
In and around. All right, more than $7,000 for a Subway Italian sub. That's what an Atlanta woman discovered charged to her credit card bill after ordering her regular number 4 from a Subway. Her name is it says a woman. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. So her name is Vera Connor. There you go. She said at the end of every week, she checks her credit card statements, and that's when she noticed a charge. So I know exactly what it normally costs, $7.54. But the bill for the meal charged to her credit card was $7,112.98.
I'm looking for Via Connor.
Connor said that she noticed a number on the tip line matched several numbers of her telephone number. She now believes that the screen changed to tip when she was trying to enter her phone number to collect her Subway rewards points.
So she entered her phone number as a tip.
Yeah, she said, I must have been keying it in the pad and the screen changed.
Oh, man.
She thought it would be a simple fix, but for nearly a month, she has been trying unsuccessfully to get the charge reversed.
Well, it's clearly that she did not mean to tip $7,000.
Connor said the Subway store manager repeatedly refused to discuss it with her, and she received a denial letter.
I can't hear you.
When she disputed the charge with her credit card company. She said, this is unbelievable because I feel like everyone sees it. Everyone that sees it will know that it's a mistake. I've worked in retail before, and I know how we tally up at the end of the night. Bank of America, which is the issuer of Connor's credit card, said they reach out to Subway franchise and its corporate offices. But minutes after tagging Subway on social media about this story Monday evening, Subway responded to Gray's multiple requests for comment and said that they were aware that Connor disputed the charge and the Bank of America has requested a chargeback. So they're working on it now.
Listen, if things get desperate, it's the last resort, but you might have to call Jared.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We're sending Jared over.
No. Okay.
No.
Here's your money.
Keep the money.
Keep the money.
Yeah. Curiously placed pieces of dog food kibble caused an oven fire on Thanksgiving. This was in Massachusetts. Mice had been stealing a large amount of dog food and then hiding it in the resident's oven, according to a post from the fire department's Facebook page.
This is crazy. When I saw this story, Preston and Kathy, reminded me of you and the possum stealing the cat food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was around 10:45 a.m. The residents began to preheat their oven, but they were met with flames and smoke. They immediately shut the oven off and called the fire department. The department took the oven apart and extinguished the flaming dog food.
Where the hell's our food?
The residents' meal was unaffected, and they were able to cook it at a neighbor's house, according to the department. But yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah,
that they
would do that,
stealing it and putting it into the oven, and that is what caused the fire.
Shows you how infrequently they use the oven.
All right, then we'll do one more story. Let's go with this one. Residents of West Orange, New Jersey, have been left heartbroken after a wild turkey named Turkles.
Turkles the turkey?
Whose resilient nature and ability to evade capture brought the town together was finally snared by state officials. Turkles, who was named by a local man, first took up residence in West Orange over the summer. The bird's fearless attitude towards traffic and disregard for authority soon made him a local celebrity, and his fame only grew as Turkles spent weeks outwitting animal control officers.
Is he the turkey Braveheart?
Turkles claimed a patch of grass next to a busy road as his own, and he soon became known for his tendency to wander into the road, causing all sorts of commotion. On Facebook and Instagram, people regularly posted photographs and videos of the turkey standing in the middle of the road, preventing cars from passing by, fearlessly pecking at tires and flapping his wings.
Name's Turkles, bitch.
Despite sometimes causing mile-long traffic jams, Turkles was hailed as a sort of West Orange mascot. His popularity was such that on Saturday, businesses organized a hometown hero event.
Wow.
In Turkles' honor.
Yeah. How did he taste?
And last Tuesday, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection told The Guardian that after a weeks-long effort, Turkles had been captured and relocated to Wharton State Forest, 85 miles away.
That's a good business forest.
But it has left locals bereft. Gia Garcia from the town said, I'll miss him a lot. I'll miss the daily reports on his sightings. I look forward to getting updates about him every day. She said, he was just our little uniter. The one thing that makes us smile and the thing that everyone could agree on.
Turkles is a fine-looking turkey.
Turkles the turkey. He's moved away.
I would miss him.
There you go. That is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll test your knowledge. Lesson question from today's program. Giving up tickets to see David Spade this weekend. Yeah, we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Want to do it, and then it's like you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for, as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints, in my wrist, and my elbow. I mean, it's not normal to do this, right? You know, man, like me. So it's like it's gonna catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people it's like, you know, it's no longer like, well, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. I mean, it's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
And so it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me.
Okay.
And so I have to when after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get, you know, sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's you know.
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. I'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's, you know, the pandemic thing is you know, no concerts. So we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're going to put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're going to play next year, though. We decided to wait. You know, I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and have the experience not only performing but going to the show. So it's so yeah. I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're going to wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow, you're very smart. Not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful.
Anyway. Yeah, thank you. Well, we love it, and so, guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just why keep doing the same thing over and over, or some people that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, you know, Anthony has a very, you know, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do. And you put four of us together, and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great. But, you know,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
keep doing the same thing. That would be...
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with you know, your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante, and you know, the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all, trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on, you know, with the band now? And because I mean, you know, you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
yeah, it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. You know, it's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really, to me, separates, you know, all the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, you know, and it's just how people, it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
When we get together, we make this thing that's special. And, as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh, kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined. Yeah, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And again, the other guys in the band are amazing. Who made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But we do have a special thing with John, so we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play. You can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. Somewhat, I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well, join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh, you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm only going to one on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff. And I may, add something to something if somebody really wants me to. Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it
millions?
Yeah.
Wow.
You asked. No, come on. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of there's ones, there's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But it's it's affordable.
Let's just say art to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the
Stillwater shirt.
He's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow!
I just picked this up. But in fact, there was they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was whoever was.
Yeah.
You said Mike McCready.
Yeah, Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well too. But full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story. I mean, we can talk about this at another time. But the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like what's his name? Willie Nelson's son, the
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures? Since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Hands down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, have done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All
Love
right.
to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Not so bad.
Not so bad.
Birds won yesterday.
Yes.
Overtime. So things are feeling pretty good to a lot of people. It's going to get cold the next 2 days. And by that, I mean pretty damn chilly. The high tomorrow, 36.
There might be some light, sort of windy flurries in the afternoon.
Yeah, Wednesday, high of only about 36 degrees as well, but Thursday and Friday coming back up. So, yeah, just get ready. That'll be a little more steady down the road, but it gets you in that holiday spirit. And tomorrow we get the holiday activities list from Kathy Romano.
We should have some
holiday activities. Should have some what?
Hot cocoa.
Hot cocoa tomorrow.
Oh, we should. And like candy canes and
yeah.
Santa hats.
Yeah, so we're going to start that around
Strap-ons.
8:15 or so. All kinds of things. All kinds of things will be involved in that. All right, we're going to do today's lesson question. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to see David Spade, who is going to be performing at the Miller Theater on Saturday. And the question that I pose goes back to our 6 o'clock hour. Oh, it was almost 7 a.m. by the time we did this. But in Squid Game, the challenge, 2 contestants are considering a lawsuit over injuries that happened during the reality show. Who did the contestant's lawyer want to speak with directly? 215-263-WMMR. In Squid Game, the challenge, 2 contestants considering lawsuits over injuries they had during the show. Who did the contestant's lawyer want to speak to directly? 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. We'll do the trash now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Mini Melts Ice Cream, the coolest on-the-go treat. Head to Wawa and grab a single-serve cup from the signature Mini Melts standalone freezer and make it a Mini Melts moment. Mini Melts ice cream, but cooler. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kanye West blowing up rumors of a split after he was seen partying with Bianca Sensori at Atlantic Resort in Dubai. West admits that while he had fun in Dubai, nobody knows how to party like the people of Abu Dhabi do.
Yes.
A swatch of blood-stained leather from the limo President Kennedy was assassinated in has sold for 5 figures at an auction over the weekend. No word yet on who purchased it, But the word is the new owner is looking to invest in a new attraction called Jurassic Kennedy Park.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
And finally, Britney Spears says that though there were a few difficult months, things between her and her ex, Sam Asghari, are no longer toxic. Britney says she knew things had gotten better when her pillow had become less stained from tears and more from the usual drool. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are going to see if anybody knows the answer to this. In Squid Game, the challenge, 2 contestants are considering a lawsuit over injuries that happened during the reality show. Who do the contestants' lawyer want to speak with directly? 215-263-WMMR is the number. And we are going to go to listener Dan to see if he knows. Hey, Dan, good morning. All right, Dan, who did the lawyer want to speak with?
The squid.
The squid. Yeah. Yes. Well done on the, by the way. All right, Dan, hang on. We're going to set you up, bud. You got yourself some tickets to see Mr. David Spade, who's going to be performing live at the Miller Theater this weekend, Saturday. Some tickets remain at KimmelCulturalCampus.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can save big at the Passing of the Torch sale. It's November 27th. Why, that's today. And it's going on through December 2nd. And watches for him, diamond studs for her, and yes, even engagement rings will be on sale. FamilyJewelers.com. A couple of things to mention today after canceling 3 shows in the last week. Kiss returned to the stage on Saturday night in Indianapolis. And during a pre-show question and answer session, Paul Stanley told fans, I've done shows with cracked ribs. I've done shows with a 102-degree fever. And with how I felt this time around, I was wondering if it was my time. But anyway, I'm here, and it's awesome. He had been battling a bad case of the flu, which led to canceling at least one of the concerts the day of. So he must have been in a bad way.
Must have been, because you never hear of Kiss canceling shows.
Yeah.
It's not something we do.
No, not at all.
No.
So next weekend on December 2nd, Kiss will offer a pay-per-view of their final concerts together. It will be available through cable and satellite providers in the U.S. and Canada.
You know, it's on the bill for that show. They're going to do some bare-knuckle boxing.
Oh,
yeah.
They should.
Ow.
Spruce it up a little bit.
That
Yeah.
hurts.
This was sad to see. Singer Jean Knight passed away, and we should have a clip of her singing Mr. Big Stuff, her hit record. So, yeah. I did not look up any information. I forgot to.
She was a mercenary?
No.
A soldier for hire? She was Operation Desert Storm. She was Integral. No, she. I think she's from New Orleans. Pretty much, this is what she's best known for.
Yes.
But backup singer and a pretty robust history. But this song was huge.
Yeah. It still pops up from time to time in soundtracks and things like that. But this is a great song, and I'm sure it's been covered before.
Absolutely.
But she was 80 years old, and it says here that they issued a statement and said the family did beyond touring, recording studios. Ms. Knight loved cooking, and she loved cooking delicious Creole dishes for family and friends. Celebrated Mardi Gras with several local crews, and proudly served on the Louisiana Music Commission as well. But she had a big, big hit with that one.
They said she might have died from a prawn attack.
Oh, a prawn attack. Those are rare.
Yeah. No,
very, very rare.
That song I remember just dominated for a while.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sammy Hagar recently announced his upcoming Best of All Worlds tour. Features him and bassist Michael Anthony, drummer Jason Bonham, and guitarist Joe Satriani. He then said in an interview he was inviting musicians in every town to join them on stage, and that did include David Lee Roth. Given the duo's tumultuous past and public digs towards each other, Hagar was asked if Roth would be welcome to join the full tour, and he said he's not invited to the tour, no effing way.
Wow.
He said, I know better than to have him on tour again. Been there, done that. He ain't coming out with me again. Maybe one show, a song or two, if he remembers the words, to a third. In a statement posted later by Van Halen News Desk, David Lee Roth was quoted as saying, I'm ready to go. Let's do this. The 28-date tour will focus largely on Van Halen music, including deep cuts that have not been heard live in years. So whether or not Dave would do it, if he actually would follow up on that or not, I have no idea. We'll have to wait and see.
He's a handful.
And then finally, Rush. Geddy Lee has accompanied his new memoir, My Effin' Life, with some new music. In conjunction with the book's November 14th publication, Geddy released 2 demos, Gone and I Am You Are, that were both intended for his 2000 solo album, My Favorite Headache. The songs are featured on the audiobook version of the memoir and are headed to streaming services as well.
How much the way through the audiobook are you?
Probably about a quarter of the way.
Quarter of the way
I'm
through.
loving it.
So
Yeah.
this solo album I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah, Pierre had a sit-down, really cool conversation with him before we came over to MMR. And, you know, me being a big Rush fan, I was definitely aware of that was happening. But, yeah, I gave it a listen. It wasn't Rush.
Right.
It's decent. It's cool. In fact, Casey, the song that we play called Headache as a bumper bed.
Oh, yeah.
That's Geddy Lee.
Is it really?
Yeah, so bring it up if you don't mind.
Yeah,
and I'll play. We just played the beginning of it. And it's obviously bass oriented, but you'll recognize this.
Hi, Presbo.
Oh, here we go.
I didn't realize that was Geddy Lee.
Yeah, this is from his album, My Favorite Headache. So the songs, by the way, are featured on the audiobook version of the memoir. They headed to streaming services. Geddy says that he discovered the demos over the course of writing the book and brought them to his friend producer David Bottrell, who did some work to enhance them to a point Lee felt was good enough to release. In addition to the tour and book, he's doing the book tour. He is launching a 4-part docuseries that we talked about called Geddy Lee Asks, Are Bass Players Human Too?, which will premiere on December 5th, and that's going to be on Paramount Plus. Features episodes with Les Claypool of Primus, Nirvana's Chris Novoselic, Metallica's Robert Trujillo, and Melissa Ofdumar of Hole and Smashing Pumpkins.
What if you had a creature like the Horde that was Geddy Bruce Lee Roth?
Geddy Bruce Lee Roth.
Like the Horde, you know? And
I love that.
Or like Voltron?
Or like in the Shyamalan and Split.
All right.
It was the Horde, right?
I love it, yeah.
Preston,
Geddy
earlier
Bruce Lee Roth.
in entertainment news, you had a story about Eric McCormack getting divorced, and Geddy Lee has guest hosts and guest interviewers on this tour for the book. Eric McCormack was the host up in Boston.
What?
Yeah, and of course, Pierre did it when he was here in Philly during Campout Week.
So he must be a big Rush fan.
Yeah, and Paul Rudd right before that, too. So he says some really interesting people coming out and chatting with him up on stage. But yeah, in Boston, he was at the Orpheum Theater.
I wonder where he and Eric McCormack had crossed paths, because obviously you know Paul Rudd from I Love You Man.
Yeah.
And all that. That's interesting. Yeah. Wow. And I want to say Jay Baruchel did one as well.
Oh, wow.
Because he actually, in one of their tours, Jay did a video that ran, because they would always run videos during their concerts, and Jay had a big part in that. So, yeah, he's been having all kinds of celebs jump on board. And here locally,
Yeah, and
Pierre Robert.
And he thanked Pierre on his Instagram account. Geddy did. He thanked Pierre and Brian Koppelman, who did the host in, what was it, the 15th, right, at the Met? Yeah, so it's cool that he's paying
He had
homage to these
McConnell
people.
in D.C., which was really cool.
Mitch McConnell?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's one question.
Subdivisions in the shopping mall, in the backs of cars. There'll be cast out subdivisions in the back of my house there where I keep my medicine. There's a bathroom.
And you remember Tom Sawyer, of course. You were.
I knew him personally. I was 41 when I met him.
You guys went to a shopping mall.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It wasn't a shopping mall at the time. It was a stick in the middle of mud.
It's just a stick.
But it was eventually a shopping mall.
They hadn't built the mall yet. Yeah.
The idea was
I had no idea that Mitch McConnell was a
huge Rush
fan. Yeah. Right? All right, that's the last item. That's the last item in music news. All right, we will take a break. When we return, the letter of the day for the word of the week. If that we come back, stay with us. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son, Dashel, was pretty awesome, too, man.
His son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him into host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Good morning, Buzzy. Hey, good morning. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you're always when you're a contestant, you're always in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see people who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment, though, in that where you're so overwhelmed, where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well,
so
there's a perfect example of that. And you make a good point. Last night, there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka, and I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, polka dots, and so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it, and that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that his North Star. He always did was he was on the side of the contestants and the show, the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants. My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host? Maybe that's kind of not even really seen. It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him, figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have like a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming from.
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, like, he gave its own life. And that, to be able to do that and not just kind of like zone out and get into like, okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, like just for fun, like teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, you know, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things, like when like encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem like, oh, what? He's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other, like, little things like that I had to learn at the beginning, which was like saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes. Which, by the way, when the first time I did it, I just, like, you know, when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over. Cool. And I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament this over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart. But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it, that there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of, you know.
I'm gonna
he read as a bad sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have, like, everyone has a different approach to this. And I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at, if you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, like, I think, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this, like, this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy.
Foo Fighters. Rescued. 93.3 WNMR. Everything that rocks. Hey, it's 10:42 a.m. It's a Monday morning. Flying on by. And next thing you know, it's going to be Friday. We're giving away our Word of the Week prize. We'll get to that in a moment, because we've got some letters collect and all that stuff. And I'll tell you about what all that is in just a tiny bit. But good to get back into the swing of things on a regular scheduled work week. We had a short week last week, which of course was fantastic, and almost had Valentine's Day.
That's okay.
Thanksgiving was wonderful.
Yeah, it's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah, you guys still digging on leftovers? We still have some.
No, we went to our friends and had a little bit of a bite, so we are not inundated with leftovers. It's probably the way to do it. Have other people make your food for you.
We gave half of our turkey to my son so his friends could all enjoy because they were doing a Friendsgiving thing. But I still have some left over.
You said it was the greatest Thanksgiving meal you've had.
Best Thanksgiving meal we've ever produced. It was fantastic. So good. Just loved every bit of it.
Turkey?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got our Casey and I get it from the same place.
Bolton's. Yeah, they when I was picking up my turkey, it said on my little thing, said, "You guys rock."
Oh,
pretty
that's
cool.
nice.
Yeah,
I didn't get that.
Oh man,
Turkey's dying words.
I don't think they know who I am.
You guys rock.
Yeah.
Who ordered the turkeys? Was it your wife? Because I know
Yeah.
she picked them up.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Well, that's why.
But it was wonderful.
Yeah.
The bird turned out perfect. All the dishes were excellent. It was a whole day-long cooking experience that I absolutely loved because I like being in the kitchen.
Did you try the, what was it, turnip?
No, Rochelle had already had plans for a couple of varieties of mashed potatoes, so I didn't add to it the mashed turnips from Jen Carroll that she recommended, but I have that written down, and I will try that down the road a little bit. But, yeah, just a great food day and just a great day with family. It was wonderful. I enjoyed it. Hopefully that was the same experience for yourselves, too. So, hi, Pierre. How you doing, man?
Good day.
How was the broadcast that day?
Almost 8 hours.
8 hours?
Oh, my gosh.
I was listening.
We thank you.
Yeah.
You're the one.
No, I was listening. I love to put you on as I am doing outdoor decorations.
Oh, cool.
So I had my earbuds in,
Nice.
and my dog was out, and we were out doing the deal. And so outside I was rocking some Pierre. It was great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we started at 10 a.m. and we finished about 5:30.
Wow.
What's that? 7.5 hours. Yeah.
That's a full day. That's a huge shift.
Yeah, Sarah had come in to take over at 3. We actually texted her and said, "You could just slow down. We're not quite there yet, because you got to go until it's done."
Yeah,
and I wasn't quite sure where. It wasn't feeling quite done yet. And we had to, we got to get that. I got to get that. I got to get that. And then I finally got that, and I said, "Now we're done."
It is a time to be with people and friends and family and coworkers and whatever. It feels right.
It's a quieter time in a way. you know, and there's something I like about that. There's a slowness that you don't feel at Christmas time or, Hanukkah celebrations or whatever your thing might be. It gets speedier from this point on.
Yeah.
And, certainly the day after is evidence of that if you were going out and buying stuff. So the idea of just that one, all right, before we start it all, I mean, there's a lot of work, which can be stressful, but it's still a quieter holiday, and I like that.
I didn't share with these guys on Friday as I was leaving. Pierre was doing, I think it was like the concert calendar. And he's in that in like this delivery mode.
Yeah.
And on this date back and blah, blah, blah. He's going through telling you these really cool things. And I did not mean to do this. I wanted the microphone to overhear me saying goodbye to him, and I wanted to wish him a happy Thanksgiving.
He also didn't want to wait for the end of my
I didn't want to
laborious...
wait for the end. So he's in the middle of two. I waited till he had a slight pause, and I go, "Hey Pierre," like that. Have you ever seen in a cartoon where like the skeleton will jump out of the body? I've never seen it. I scared the bejesus out of him doing that.
Mother of Christ!
And Pierre and Connor saw it. I mean, Pancake and Connor saw it. We were just...
They were howling.
Oh,
I made a noise too. Went,
ah! Yeah, you're like, ah! Your headphones came flying off. It was a scream. And I listened on the way home. It was great. Thank you for sending Red Bar Chat out to me. That was great.
You're quite welcome. It was very funny. And at that point, I said, well, all right, let's continue. And somebody was born today. Oh, forget it. That's enough. And we went to the break. But the thing of that studio is it's not good feng shui in there because you're not facing the door.
Yeah.
You guys are facing the door, so you can see who's coming in or if somebody's walking by to wave. Now, of course, I could close the door, but I like the open vibe of the open circulation, if you will. And this hallway is the most traveled spot of the entire building.
It's alive.
Yeah, well, it's very alive. It's very vibrant. I would argue the most vibrant of the place. And as you pass through, but it's also heavily traveled to get from one station to another in other parts of the building. So I'm used to the traffic going through. I like the door open, but if your back is to the door, which is the situation there, you can't tell if somebody's sneaking up on you. And you're in your little zone thing, doing your little feeble thing that I do. and I'm easily startled and distracted. Oh, look at that bright light. And it was perfect.
Have you ever thought of putting up just a rear view mirror? Basically, they have them for computers.
Could put a rear view mirror.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
That's a good idea.
Some kind of gigantic, three-dimensional thing. Because it's happened a few times with different people. Bill snuck in one time, and I almost jumped out of my skin while I was talking.
Guess who's touching you?
But it's all good.
Nice.
No, it was very funny.
Nice. All right, let us get the letter if you're cool.
I'm good with lettuce.
Here we go. Lettuce.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
L as in lettuce.
All right, and we will give away on Friday, not lettuce, but 2 festive gift packages from Omaha Steaks. One for you and one to give as a gift. And the package includes 4 butcher's cut top sirloins, 4 boneless pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 4 caramel apple tartlets, Omaha Steak seasoning, and 4 Omaha Steaks burgers. You can visit omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code WMMR at checkout to get an additional $30 off of your order. Minimum order may be required. So we give that away on Friday. What do you have today?
Well, we've got a block of Jimi Hendrix today. He would, believe it or not, it's his birthday. He would be 81 before he's still alive.
81.
People that die that young sort of get frozen in our image at whatever age they were, and 81 is just bizarre. So we'll do a block of Jimmy. Tim Armstrong of Rancid had a birthday over the weekend. We'll get to that. And we got a block of Ozzy on, don't forget, 13 Days of the Stones is continuing. Someone today will have that Stone song, so that's
Speaking of 81, Mick Jagger turns 81 next year.
Wow.
Yes, it's true.
Wow. But still going. Still going strong.
And going great.
Yes.
Some would say. All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can save big at the Passing of the Torch sale. November 27th through December 2nd. Tomorrow on the program, Tuesday, so we'll give away a free tattoo, Floating World Tattoo and Piercing with the Preston and Steve Show Tuesday. And as we mentioned, a much-anticipated Kathy's Holiday Activities will be revealed tomorrow morning.
Holiday activities.
So make sure that you're here with us for that. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.